And then at 11:40, trying to wolf down some food. Hey, show starts in a minute. Everybody be in your seats. Be in your seats. Class is about to
Get in your
start.
seats.
Oh, man.
Remind me, this may or may not be a show topic, but remind me, I just wanted to pick your brain about college sports.
Okay.
Stockton Kings are playing right now.
Are they really?
It says they are. I don't know if this is live. I don't know. Strange.
Send the link to old Frank Red.
Will Z, Dr. David, Warren, Bryce, John, Matt. It's good. Boy, my alma mater's still in the news, man. Still in the news. Hey, look, they got a game to worry about tonight against Oak Ridge, man. Let's go. Let's handle business. Let's take advantage. Got to go all the way to Oak Ridge, too. That's a long drive.
Showtime. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday, February 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Checks his watch. Yeah, no basketball game tonight. no basketball tonight. That's tomorrow. One more day before Kings basketball returns to our world. We do have some news and notes coming out of the Sacramento Kings, though, that we will dive into here. James Ham, of course, will be with us coming up at 3 o'clock. And Frank Red.
Oh, man, let's go.
To Sacramento Sports Radio coming up at 1:45.
Round of applause for the legend.
That's interesting. We went with applause and not air horns. That's different.
I gave him air horns yesterday. There's going to be air horns when he comes on, but just the people are just standing up and applauding. The Frank Red coming back on the airwaves, just applauding.
That's what's up, and it's going to be a no holds barred interview. I don't even know what that means. I just hit Frank. I was like, "Yo, we could do whatever you want, man. We could talk about whatever. There ain't no format to this one. Not that there's ever any format to this show. It attempts to be a format, but that never is. We spent 3 hours on something that was supposed to last about 30 minutes yesterday. And that was the all 75 discussion. It may not even have gone there. It's like, we could probably fit this into the show. Or it could just carry the entire show. We could break down that all 75. And by the way, conversation continued this morning. Apparently Dame Lillard was on Draymond Green's podcast, and that was kind of sent to me. And I guess Draymond was saying, people underestimate.
I should have been on 75.
Well, it was like, Dame was on it.
No, I'm saying was Dre saying, I should have been on 75. Sounds like somebody would say.
I should have been on all 10.
I should have been on KC's top 10.
Should have been. That's right. You put Larry Bird. Who Larry Bird?
Don't mention him in the same sentence as me ever. Don't mention that man, Larry Bird, in the same sentence as me. We're not the same.
Wow, it took 2 minutes for us to get on Draymond's neck. That's spectacular. That's which I want to get to it. We will. There's a lot of NBA stuff to discuss as we gear up for the final 20 plus games of the season for the Kings. Is 22, and we'll get to the news coming out of Kings practice last night. And there's a practice going on right now as well. But we were talking to Jason Jones yesterday, and we talked a little bit about Chris Paul's injury and what that could mean for what it could mean for the Phoenix Suns, what it could mean for the Golden State Warriors, and what it could mean for the Memphis Grizzlies as well. I'm not of the belief that Phoenix is dead. Or I'm not of the belief Phoenix is even wounded without Chris Paul.
I mean, not to cut you off, but I was going to ask that to both of you guys, man. I was like, well, and I promise I'm not being, facetious or sarcastic when I say this, but y'all told me about Monty Williams. And Monty Williams is the coach.
You are
everybody
being
says
sarcastic. No, you're being. Yes, you
I
are.
think
You're being a
I
jerk.
think he's a good coach, but people were like, "No, you're missing the boat, Casey. This is a great coach that he should. If he is that, which he very well could be, I think he's a really good coach, but he should be able to keep the everything above water till CP3 gets there. They got Devin Booker. They just paid Mikal Bridges, DeAndre Ayton. Now this is being facetious.
Some people
told me he was David Robinson. Bill told me he was David Robinson.
What did I tell you about that, though? What have I told you about that? What have I told you about that? You gotta stop doing that.
But but for real though, I don't expect them, because I think they're a really good team. I don't expect them to fall flat on their face without Chris Paul out.
Yeah,
Can they win a championship without him? Absolutely not.
Well, they don't have to though. Like he's not out for the remainder of the season. He's out for what was it, 6 to 8, I think, and that's like that's a lengthy period of time. That's tough. I don't think Phoenix is suddenly losing in the first round to the team that got in through the play-in tournament. I don't think that's the case. We didn't get a chance to elaborate on that with Jason Jones yesterday, but it kind of stuck with me as I was doing some stuff on social media last night, and I heard him say that. I was like, man, I feel like Phoenix is a little bit stronger than that. Now there might have been an occasion where that would be the case, where you felt like, they're not ready. Like, they're ready to win. I feel like Phoenix is ready to win. Now, I don't necessarily know that means win championships. I think they're ready to win games without Chris Paul. Hey, man, I think they might even be ready to win a series without Chris Paul. Should they have to. Right. But that popped in my head because I mentioned Draymond Green. Draymond Green is injured as well. How much of an impact is that going to have on the Golden State Warriors moving forward? And you're thinking about injuries there at the top of the conference, which of course brings in to the Memphis Grizzlies again into that conversation, and how the top of the West could be pretty interesting. It's a correct me if I'm wrong. I normally have the standings right in front of me. It's a sizable lead, isn't it? Like 6 and some change
for Phoenix,
6.5.
Yeah, Phoenix 6.5. That's a lot of games to make up.
That's a lot.
Like, they're just gonna lose 7 games in a row or something like. Yeah, I think they're your number 1 seed, even with this going into the playoffs.
Yeah, Golden State's not making up 7 games. Phoenix has, it looks like, 24 left. Yeah, that's a catastrophic collapse. Phoenix ain't worth a damn if that ends up happening. Like that, this whole season is a charade. If you lose, I know Chris Paul is important, but a year and a half into this, you can't keep it together heading into the playoffs. I don't think that's the case. I think Phoenix is in good shape. The Draymond Green injury makes the conversation with the Memphis Grizzlies compelling to me, because Memphis before the break was playing really, really well. And 1.5, I think, back from Memphis. Back from Golden State from the 2 spot.
Yeah, Memphis is playing really well. I don't think Golden State's record is much different with Draymond there. Like he was playing great basketball this year. All jokes aside, like he was balling this year. So it's not an indictment on him. It's just, they're 42-17. Like maybe they win 1 or 2 games different, but they're playing great basketball regardless. They just finished winning like 7-8 in a row or something like that. Like I don't think the record changed too much without Draymond. I say that talking about Memphis, as in even with all that going on, Memphis is right on their tails.
Still there, yeah,
and could get that 2nd seed. They slowed down a little bit, maybe the last week or 2 of the half or before the All-Star break or whatever.
Yeah, thank you.
But they, depending on how they come out the gates at the start of the second half, they could easily catch the Warriors for that number 2 spot. So I absolutely think that's more of a realistic race than anybody catching Phoenix for the 1 seed.
Okay. Yeah. I and you don't want to eliminate Utah from the conversation either, but they're 4 back from Memphis. And again, when you look at the amount of games that are left, it's difficult for me to see a situation where Memphis, like Utah winds up catching Memphis, like the right combination of wins and losses has those two teams switching places. I think the most compelling race at the top of the conference is Memphis and Golden State, and what winds up happening with those two. And then Utah, Dallas, Denver, those could shift a little bit. We'll see if Minnesota can keep it strong here, headed down this stretch. As the Kings returned to practice last night, so did Davion Mitchell.
Good.
Davion Mitchell returned to practice last night after the injury, the wrist injury kept him out of All-Star weekend. So Davion should be back. It's not should be back. It looks like Davion will be back for the game tomorrow against DeMarcus Cousins in the Denver Nuggets. And it really is. It's funny. I feel like the Kings, if the Kings catch a win coming out the gate out of the next two games, kind of stay at that 500 level since Sabonis could get here, we're kind of off and running in terms of conversation and like, all right, there's some things to follow here. If the Kings drop 2 versus Denver, KC, Kenny Caraway's Kings picks power rankings are going to return next week because you're going to start finding yourself in a position where it's like, I saw the Yusuf Nurkic news. I don't heads or tails. Like I don't know how significant that is. Portland is just, they're kind of rolling. They're playing ball here. I don't know what Yusuf Nurkic's part is going to be in all of that. But Kings could shut things down pretty quick with a couple of losses to Denver.
Yeah, I think
all of your favorite Kings podcasts are going to be evaluating draft picks moving forward.
Well, I'll tell you this: we're going to be right there, at the brink if that happens. Like to me, it'd still be pretty early. Looking at my list, I got them losing both games in Denver anyway. Still going 14-11. So in that particular case,
well, it can't go 14-11 with 22 left. So where did the wins? Did you give them the win? I know you started doing this with
25 left.
With
the one win so far. The one game that didn't go the way it was supposed to was Brooklyn. Thought they would win that one and they lost, but thought they beat Washington. I thought they lose to the Bulls. So they've got to play catch up. In my prediction meter.
Yeah,
they've got a game to make up.
Yeah,
they've got to win one that I thought they were going to lose to get back on track.
Okay.
So, but I understand. No, I completely understand what you're saying as far as like, you don't want to do that. You absolutely do not want to lose the first two coming out of the All-Star break to Denver, because Portland, even San Antonio, they're playing above what you probably projected when you had 25, 27 games left. And now you're 3.5 back. So it's a sprint. It is a sprint. It is no longer that's a long season. But nope, no longer. It's a sprint. You need to take advantage of every opportunity you have to gain a game. And even if Portland, San Antonio, New Orleans say they come out and they don't win, like that's still you don't lose ground in the standings, but that's a loss for you because that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to take care of every opportunity you can to try and gain ground and gain games.
Yeah, Portland opening up the second part of the season against Golden State. So there's something to keep your eye on. And when basketball returns tomorrow, we'll talk more Kings basketball when we return here.
I want to hear what you were going to. I completely interrupted you and threw you off course. I want to hear what you were going to say with Damian Lillard and Draymond.
Oh yeah, I had already forgot about that. Dame and Dre,
because I hadn't heard that, so I wanted to hear where this goes.
It just continued the conversation we were having yesterday. It's really, there's no point in teasing it. It's not big. We're gonna come back and talk about the Kings, but Draymond was talking about how like he's underappreciated, or Dame Lillard was talking about how he's underappreciated. It's like he made the All-75 team. Yeah. I was talking to our man Chris about this. Yeah, he made the All-75 team. He made it over Dwight. And I'm just gonna die on this Dwight Howard hill. Like I just tombstone right there, Undertaker style, like that. Like it's over because I'm just dying on that hill that he didn't make it. And I was like, wait a minute, who undervalues Dame at this point?
They gotta.
That was a cool storyline like 5 years ago.
Right.
It's not now. Like, we'll step out. We'll come back. D'Lo and Casey, we're just getting started. Much more NBA combo. Much more Kings combo here. We're brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Stockton Kings are playing right now. The broadcast is live. I don't know if the game is live. So
is that Deuce and Mo? Are they in Stockton, or is that on the road?
Let me see. Let's see who it is.
Rank
20 or more. McClung launching.
That's a Deuce.
Deuce.
That is Deuce.
Deuce.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a rebroadcast or whatever, but it's on ESPN Plus. So I don't know. Good to see basketball back, though. Although I've been watching basketball. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. So last night I watched Villanova UConn. What a game. What a game. What a finish. Comeback by UConn to get that win over number 8 Villanova. What a game. By the way, Ramsey, absolutely, I know where Oak Ridge is. We played a tournament there every year while I was at McClatchy. Stop playing. Now, if you asked me how to get there, I probably couldn't tell you how to do that, but I've been there numerous times. But anyway, 2 questions. Number one,
go ahead.
I think so. I'm pretty sure it is. Do you know when they choose to play the game in Stores and when they choose to play it in Hartford?
No, I don't.
No,
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay. So there's that. And then the other thing that just kind of jumps out to me is, I mean, they probably had about 15,000 in there.
Mm-hmm.
College
crazy.
Basketball. Mm-hmm. And they're lit. And I know, the school size is one thing, but that's not 15,000 students. Like, there's people that, like how we circle our calendar around Kings basketball, they circle it around UConn. Mm-hmm. And that's everywhere on the East Coast. I just feel like I watched that film, like, man, we're missing out here on the West Coast. We don't have that for college sports.
No, we definitely
don't have that at all.
Yeah. Not certainly not here. We don't.
Where do they have that? Maybe in Oregon and Washington, maybe.
Maybe.
And Gonzaga's like that,
I don't think Stanford's pulling 15.
Mm-hmm. California don't have that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm like, damn, we're missing out, man.
It's different. It's different there. But Connecticut, though, also remember, like here, we've got Kings, 49ers. Up until recently, we had the Raiders. We've got the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, the A's, the Giants, the Sharks, the down south Kings. In Connecticut, you've got the Huskies.
Yeah.
You've got the Huskies, and then you kind of gravitate yourself to either the Bruins or the Rangers or the Sox or the Yankees or the Patriots or the Giants. Like Connecticut, like the Huskies are yours.
It
or
does
kind of. I think you got the Hartford Whalers somewhere.
Yeah, it does kind of, but it makes me wonder, like, why can't? I know because they're not good, but that shouldn't matter. It's a D1 program. Why can't Sac State do what UConn does?
Oh man, I don't know. They play in a middle school gym.
I thought the other day they should move Pacific to the Big Sky and move Sac State to the Big West, and then build a new facility. They got to get that done. Sac State, all the people over there, those are partners. We got to find a way to get that done, guys. Come on.
Just real quick because I know we're coming back. Some of y'all know Oscar on The Office, and there's an episode where Jim calls Oscar the well actually guy because he's the know-it-all. I just realized that's Ramsey. Ramsey's the Oscar. He's the one who steps in and goes, well, actually, Maple Pavilion doesn't hold 15,000. Really? Had no clue. No clue, Ramsey. No idea. Well, actually, Kenny doesn't know where Oak Ridge is. Actually, it's not in El Dorado Hills. It's in El Dorado Straits. It's not the hills. I love it.
Oh, you're right, David. I said Big West, WCC for sure. Yeah, get them out of there because just get them out. Those days are gone. put them in the Big Sky, put Sac State in the WCC, and then let's
Isn't
get the
that one of your
facility done,
championship
Sac
belts?
State. The KCC.
Oh, KCC. Well, no, that's a real championship belt. Isn't the WCC like? Isn't that a boxing title?
WBC.
Oh, WBC. Okay, I don't know. There's so many.
Unfortunately.
The overlays. Where you at? There we go. Oh man. It's the Kenny Caraway Show. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm just here. I'm just along for the ride.
I'm just over here. I'm just out here begging Sac State to turn into UConn. That's all I'm doing.
I thought you was about to drop some bars here. Some.
How many bars do you think we get in the rest of the year?
See, that's a sneaky way of asking me to predict the Kings' schedule. Come on, man. What you doing?
I think this would take a little more work because the bars aren't necessarily indicative of how many wins they get because when the games are played.
Saturdays. Yeah, well, we've gotten a bit lenient. We've gotten a bit lenient with the Saturday Drake bars because as long as they don't play Sunday, as long as if they win Saturday and don't play Sunday, we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. But if you get a Saturday Sunday, that could get tough. Or if they win Friday but lose, if they win Friday but lose Saturday or Sunday, you can't come back with Drake bars like
we've had that happen like a handful of times where they win on Friday.
Oh yeah,
and then play on Sunday and lose and ruin.
I feel like we had was Metu Friday.
Metu was a. I feel like it was a Wednesday.
Okay, I feel like there was a really exciting win on a Friday, and then they got blown out on Sunday. But of course, that might have been last year too, because I can't remember that.
What happened? I know it did happen. It was the Lakers win was Friday. They got blown out against Memphis on a Sunday. We tried the Drake bars on Monday, and it was like, no, we're not
received well. Again. Yeah, not received well at all.
But I remember they beat Houston on a Friday, came back, lost to Houston on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
That was ugly. And Metu's was like, Metu's was the day or 2 days before New Year's Eve, so we wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay, that's right. Yeah, we were on break.
New Year's Eve they got beat down.
Yeah, we were on break when that happened.
That was like a 24-1 run in the third quarter for the Mavericks.
Only thing that really matters is, are we getting Drake bars by the end of the week?
Yes.
You think they're going to beat Denver?
Friday,
okay.
Drake bars.
Okay. I'm with it. You know what? I don't predict the games because it's stupid. But I always have feelings about games. I didn't feel good about the Chicago game. Like I told you, the Chicago game went exactly like I thought it would. And I was happy with that. I thought they busted their ass against one of the best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling some type of way about Thursday. Feeling some type of way. I think the crowd's going to be nice. The crowd to see DeMarcus Cousins is going to be nice. I think there is interest in this current version of the Kings team. I think there is an interest in, okay, what is this team moving forward? You know, what are we going to look like? And James Hammond, we'll talk to him at 3:00, has said this on a number of occasions. This is the most important offseason in probably in Kings history, because you have to show that you're putting something together, because you've got to be able to re-sign Domantas Sabonis. If you can't show Domantas Sabonis that you're putting something together, because he can sign an extension the following year.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't show him you're putting something together, like, why would he stay here?
Mm-hmm.
You lose Domantas Sabonis and you still don't have Tyrese Halliburton.
No, that's a disaster.
Boy,
that's a disaster. And that's why we were talking when I was on a Locked On roundtable with Matty McQueen. That was one of the topics. Like, should they tank or try to get a better draft pick?
Yeah.
Or should they try to win out? And I was like, me personally, I feel like you don't have no choice. Like, everything, the moment you made the call to the league office to finalize the trade is when the clock started to try and keep Domantas Sabonis here.
Mm-hmm.
So everything you do now winning games, roster improvements.
Yeah.
Is a lot to do with making sure you can re-sign him whenever he's ready to do it, whether it's the extension after next season or if he waits it out and goes to full free agency mode. But everything is to make sure you lock him down for another 4 or 5 years. You have to. So the way you do that, in my opinion, the way you start to do that is you, regardless if you actually reach the goal or not, you start by saying, hey, we're going to finish this season strong. I want you to see that there is a possibility of, winning basketball here. And we're going to start that here with the final 22 games of the season. We're playing hard. We're getting after it because you can win here, DeMontis. We do have a plan and a formula in place to try and make this a winning place. And you could be here for a long time. So, yeah, that's tanking is, I can guarantee you that's over. that should not be a conversation until he's signed.
Yeah. I'm with you. I have concerns. You mentioned Domantas Sabonis. I want to check in with James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider at Kings Practice. Jesse, get your finger on the button. This is De'Aaron Fox talking about the final 22 games and learning to play alongside Domantas Sabonis.
The final 22 games here, what is it that you want to accomplish?
For us, just continue to grow as a team. Obviously, those 4 games that we played together, I think we had a lot of turnovers just from getting used to playing with each other. And us coming back and having these 2 practices is definitely big for us.
Considering what you guys have gone through, can you picture success that doesn't include the postseason? Based off, since obviously a lot of these moves were meant for more than just this year.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Just us being able to get that feel for each other and, see the chemistry, come to fruition, I think is definitely huge. Every trade doesn't, success isn't always immediate, with trades or signings, things like that. So, it's definitely something that, we look towards the future, but, we have a team that can definitely, make some noise before the season ends.
When you look at what Domas brings to the table, just how different is that for you to have to learn a post player like this that you've never had?
I think it's definitely huge. Being able to play with somebody that you can throw the ball into the post very, very consistently, I think it changes the dynamic of any team that guy goes to. And just us being able to learn going off of cuts and split games and things like that, but also knowing that he can go get a bucket as well, definitely helps us tremendously. And, for us, playing off of him, just trying to be able to take pressure off him. No matter where he goes, no matter what team he probably plays on, he's going to get double teamed. So, it helps everybody.
Boy, brother, smiling from ear to ear when talking about Domantas Sabonis.
That's his man. That's his man's right there.
De'Aaron found his smile, and it turns out it was in Indiana. Domantas Sabonis brought back skills at the center position and had De'Aaron Fox's smile and his carry-on. That's good stuff. But you obviously get a little look into De'Aaron Fox's mindset there, and I assume the Kings' mindset headed into the final 22 games in the season. Of course, he's gushing about playing with the big fella.
Yeah, and we're all excited to see that. We're all excited to see what they can do together based off the 4 games that we've seen De'Aaron Fox go off since he's gotten here. Mm-hmm. It seems like we keep saying it, but it seems like it's opened his game up. Seems like a perfect fit with Domantas Sabonis. That's why De'Aaron Fox is the guy I'm looking at closest here to close the season, because I want to know if this is a real thing or not. If it's just a hot streak or this is what he can do now with a guy like Sabonis in the lineup. I lean towards, I don't know if he can do 28, but I lean towards, 24, 25 points per game being what he can do with a guy like Sabonis in this offense, running it through him, playing off of him, and giving a different look. So I want to see if that's exactly where he ends up.
Yeah, you think we get we were trying to predict Drake bars and wins and records, and you think we get a Domantas Sabonis triple-double before the season's over?
Absolutely.
You think so? Okay.
Absolutely.
I mean, what was he? 2 assists short against Chicago, I think.
Yeah.
He's been in the vicinity a number of times, man. There's so many things that he does well. But with all of that said, we're obviously focused on Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Like, and I get that, and I understand the importance of that. This roster still has some flaws, though.
Oh yeah.
Harrison is playing at a higher level. Harrison is back to playing. Actually, with the exception of that Brooklyn game, I think Harrison Barnes is playing the best basketball he's played all season. And that includes the beginning of the year. Like he again, with the exception of the Brooklyn game, he's played really well. So that's been a nice component to this. I'm going to be fascinated. And I think it was Jason Jones who said I can't remember who said this last week, or maybe it was Brandon Nunez. Man, I really wish Terrence Davis was here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just to get a feel for what this all looks like with Terrence Davis being able to kind of sit at that 2 spot without Buddy around, being able to be potentially the primary 3-point shooter of the team. Like, man, that would just be such a great component. There's been so much talk about the Kings, not having any shooters, not having the ability to shoot. Dude, I get it, and no argument. And putting Davion in that position isn't necessarily going to change that. Putting Dante in that position hasn't necessarily changed that. In fact, it's shown us a lot of sights that we're very familiar with seeing as Sacramento Kings fans, and that's the ball flying off the rim from that position. But I wish Terrence Davis it was here, but he's not. And so as much as I think Davion and Dante DiVincenzo can add to the defensive side of the ball, there's still some gaps on this roster that every time I get excited about the pairing of Fox and Sabonis, or I get excited about what the remainder of the season might look like, I'm kind of brought back to reality, thinking we have to get some production from Rashawn Holmes. Like, we have to, we were joking about finding your spot. We need Rashawn. We needed De'Aaron to find a smile. We need Rashawn to find that bag of energy he used to enter the game with. I don't know if that was a pre-workout. I don't know if that was NO Explode. I don't know what it was, but
C4.
My man need to gas up on that C4 again and bring that energy and it's not just when he was stepping in for Dwayne Dedman for 4 games or whatever it was, he had that energy. Even when he wasn't playing well, he had that energy. I'm hoping this break away physically gave him everything he needed. I'm hoping this time away mentally gave him everything he needed, because if I think it's going to be a long 22 games if we don't get production from Rashawn Holmes, or we don't see Alvin Gentry make a drastic switch and get some production from Davion Jones there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mentioned it last week, and I said very sensitive to everything that is going on with Rashawn, maybe going on with Rashawn. But, the Kings are trying to achieve something here. They're trying to get something done as far as possibly making the play-in. And there's not a lot of time to experiment or let people feel their way through and kind of waste games and opportunities. Coming out of this All-Star break, if I was Alvin Gentry, I'd need to see it immediately from Rashawn Holmes in the first game or 2. See something. He doesn't have to go off and have 17 and 10, but I need to see him play better. I need to see him be part of a cohesive unit coming off the bench immediately. And if that doesn't happen, if we have the same issues that we had at the end of before the All-Star break, I might have to go to Davion Jones. I'm going to have to, because this team is trying to get something done, like I continue to mention, and we just can't wait around for Rashawn Holmes to get right when there's a guy that seems to be capable right behind him, and Davion Jones. Davion Jones, every time he's had the opportunity, has answered the bell, has played well, and he deserves an opportunity. No slight to this man and no disrespect, but it's not like Alex Len is the guy that we're talking about going to, where he's been so-so, and and the production hasn't always been there himself. Maybe if it was just Alex Len, I'd say
TT ain't walking through that door.
TT ain't walking through that door. That's for sure. Thank God. But we're talking about a guy in Davion Jones who has shown improved. He's earned an opportunity to get in there and get real minutes. And if it doesn't happen quick for Rashawn, you may have to look down the bench and give Davion that opportunity.
You mentioned another name that we hadn't talked about in the kind of in the makeup of this 22 game final 22 game stretch, and he's the guy who I don't think anyone really thinks about when they talk about what do you do the final do you tank and try to improve that draft pick. By the way, the Kings might try and still improve that draft pick. They may just lose games, which that's probably a different conversation, but that's Alvin Gentry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Alvin Gentry is coaching for his job, because I really don't think, no matter what happens, that Alvin Gentry is going to be the coach, barring an appearance in the play-in and an advancement to the playoffs. I don't think Alvin Gentry is coaching for his job. And I feel like that's a pretty extreme what if to say a team who's outside of the play-in picture gets into the play-in picture, knocks off probably the Lakers twice, which that's doable. And then, because apparently there's a war being waged in Los Angeles. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. And then, suddenly you're the 8 seed. Maybe at that point, Alvin Gentry has in fact won this coaching job. But barring that, and again, I feel like that's a pretty extreme what if. Barring that, like I don't know what. Alvin's in a tough spot here. I assume Monty McNair has told him, like, hey, we're going to evaluate everything this offseason. I have to imagine Monty McNair. Look, I sat idle for too long. I've tried to improve this roster. I put you in a bad position. We've tried to make some changes here. Hopefully this puts you in a better position. We'll reevaluate everything in this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's what he said. If he did, I don't think he meant it.
Yeah.
But I hope that's what he said, because otherwise, I don't. Alvin's just stuck here. Like, he's just stuck in a position where it's like, obviously I want to win, but even if I do, what's the matter? The result is almost certainly the same if I win as it is if I lose. I don't know if a team, next year is going to look at him any differently based on what happens in these final 22 games.
Well, and then that goes to a couple of different things, because, what if Alvin doesn't necessarily want to go be a head coach? I think he does.
Yeah, I think he does too. He wanted to be a head coach this year. Not an interim head coach. Remember that story. He wanted to be the head coach of the Kings.
Very true. Very true. So if that's the case, it's almost like a Jimmy Garoppolo situation where it benefits you to coach this thing out to win.
Oh, for sure.
If it's not here, and they got plans to move on, then you can, you and your agent can go to other teams and be like, look what I was able to do here in Sacramento. They didn't have the fourth. Hey, come on, guys. It's Sacramento. They wouldn't know a good thing if it hit them in their face. They let me go, but I still showed what I can do with good players to be a head coach.
And I think that's the important part, is Alvin succeeds in these final 22 games is, should a job interview arise or whatever the case may be, he has the ability to say, look what I did with a better roster. Look what I did. Look what I did with the additions by subtractions. Look what I did there when we got some guys out of the locker room. Look at what we did when we got some talent spread across the floor. It's just, I gotta imagine that I guess in this point you're singularly focused. If you're Alvin Gentry, you're focused, and he's not thinking about next year.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking about those guys in that locker room. And I think that's one of the reasons that Alvin is so universally respected across the league by front offices, coaching staffs, and players. Is I actually do believe that Alvin has the ability to tunnel vision in on not game one next year, not the first day of the offseason, but my locker room that I have right here, and our job is to go out there and win basketball games.
So the other thing about
and I don't think everybody has that talent. Jason Kidd, by the way, that was a poor attempt at like coughing, like Jason Kidd. We all know that Jason Kidd is lobbying for every job that's either open or not open.
Yeah,
he's a head coach now. He's probably lobbying for another job.
Yeah, he just got the Dallas job. He's probably got his eye somewhere else.
He's waiting for. Hey, Rob, how true is that Frank Vogel report? Huh?
Oh yeah, he's trying to get to LA.
For sure, he's absolutely trying to get to LA.
But here's an interesting subplot to all this. Say everything goes exactly how the Kings and the Kings fans want it to go. Doesn't that put Monty McNair in possibly a tough, awkward spot? Because if he's looking at the situation right now and he's like, I like Alvin, he's not the guy moving forward. He's just not. I think I want to pick my own guy. Mm-hmm. But the Kings mess around, get into the play-in, somehow get into the playoffs. How do you let Alvin walk?
Well, that's what I mean. And that's the situation where I think it becomes more difficult.
Difficult for
Monty.
Yeah.
Like how do you but that's why I tried to preface that, barring that extreme circumstance of them, by the way, clawing back into the play-in spot, because they're well behind Portland now, but fighting back into that play-in spot, getting that spot, knocking off, I assume, the Lakers twice, which I believe is doable, and then getting into that 8 spot, regardless of them losing 4 straight or 4 out of 5 or whatever to Phoenix. Like, that's inconsequential to me. I would measure, at least I'd like to believe, if I was Monty McNair, I would measure Alvin based on what he did. I'd measure Alvin Gentry based on what he did when I gave him the ingredients to make a decent meal.
Right.
When I didn't throw him out there with fried bologna and mustard and day old bakery bread. When I threw him out there with something to put together a meal, then I'd judge him off that versus, boy, look what you did those. I don't know how many games it was that he could 40 some odd games as the head coach, because it was certainly bad. No worse than Luke Walton has been over 2 years, but it was certainly bad.
I'll even take a step lower than that. If they just get into the play-in, they finish 14-11 over the final 25 with this new roster. Is it still a tough decision?
Yeah,
I think so too. I think some people would say, "Oh, play-in doesn't count; it doesn't matter." I think if they finish, like I said, 25 game, we'll go from there. 14-11, get into the play-in, even if they lose the first game. I mean, that's a pretty good stretch. And Alvin's argument would be, you did nothing for me for 7-8 weeks. And finally got some guys in here, and I got them right, and I led them in the right direction. I deserve an opportunity to see that through for a whole season. That'd be a heck of an argument.
It is. You're 100% right. And if I'm Monty McNair, I probably respond with, you're right, and I deserve the opportunity to hire a head coach. I didn't hire you. You became the head coach because I fired the guy that you were working for. I still have concerns about the entire staff. Like, I know the roster was bad. I understand that. And I know the issues that Buddy and Marvin presented. But were they that bad? Like,
the roster?
Bad. Yes. Like,
I thought that roster was terrible.
It is. So the roster is drastically improved. Is that what you're telling me?
I'll put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this. It's improved enough where we can evaluate the staff now. I didn't think anybody could win with that roster.
I'm going to think further about what you just said, and we're going to come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. We'll open up the phone lines as well. 916-349-1320. We got a fun day ahead. Frank Red returns to the radio. We'll set the tape. If you're not familiar with Frank, stay tuned. You're going to enjoy the hell out of Frank Red. I assure you of that. He's going to be with us coming up in about an hour. James Ham will be with us coming up at 3:00 as well. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA. We might have to dive into the San Francisco 49ers a little bit because, good God, you'll see what we're talking about here. Is D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Joe said to me today, I keep thinking I'm gonna run into Kenny at Safeway.
Yeah, he on the other side.
I was gonna say, I think y'all on different sides.
There is a Safeway. I take that back.
But y'all are on different sides of Elk Grove.
One of these days, Joe. One of these days. Yes, Jason. Yes, he was, man, in the dungeon with Frank Red. Yeah.
That's right.
Making his return to radio.
One of the smoothest deliveries ever, man.
Yeah. Is he he's on the stream, huh?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Kobe, are you also an NBA writer for Sports Illustrated?
Kobe.
Did you see that tweet that pissed everybody off today?
Mm-mm.
Some guy, I hit him with the Martin, and I hit him with the Canelo. Ben Stenar, NBA reporter, media personality in Atlanta. He's got a link to si.com, Fan Nation, whatever the case may be. He says,
I got it. Yeah, I pulled you up. Go ahead, read it. Sorry.
Sacramento Kings have not been in the playoffs since 2006. The iPhone didn't exist then. Find new owners and move the franchise to Seattle, a city hungry for NBA basketball. Well, he absolutely earned the Martin.
So this is what I don't understand about idiots like that who actually get paid, I assume, to cover this sport for a living. How do you not know that the deficiencies in the franchise have nothing to do with the fan base? That has nothing to do with the city of Sacramento. Find new owners? Cool. I'm with you. The fuck's that have to do with moving the franchise to Seattle?
It's stupid. It's absolutely dumb.
Come on, man. That's idiotic.
Just dumb.
Shit is lazy, man. Absolutely lazy. Absolutely lazy. And if you want to evaluate the capacity of the Golden One Center, by all means, go ahead. Just make sure you evaluate some of the other teams in the league,
mm-hmm.
and maybe keep in mind the current situation that the country is in, that apparently we're kicking out of. Because I saw the Brooklyn news. Tick tock, tick tock. Right before the first round of the playoffs. COVID's cured. Let's go play ball.
Kyrie won.
Oh, guys. Kyrie
What else can I be a distraction with?
Yeah, that's right, Kyle. That SI dude gonna get a show with Booger McFarland and then guest host on Jalen and Jacoby.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's right. Who wrote? Sean said he absolutely got torched for that and had to reel it back. He sure did, because his next tweet was, "I didn't know the Kings had such a great fan base. They deserve better." Man, shut up, dude.
Once again, as Martin said,
stupid. You talking out your ass.
Man, sit your dumb ass down. One of my favorite Martin clips of all time.
Clicking on this dude. What is he, 12? This dude younger than Jesse. Man, shut your ass up. Go bless this dude's ass, Jesse. Go take care of this dude. Boy, I was fighting for you this morning too. I was fighting everybody this morning. I was like, man, I was like Trey after the cops pulled him over. I was like Trey after the cops pulled him over, man. Woo, man. Well,
but now fire's up the right, man. Come on.
Oh, you know what it is. We're trying to expand, baby. Stilo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. Smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You want to connect with us? Please do, man. The phone lines open. 916-349-1320. The future of Alvin Gentry is certainly a fascinating conversation, depending on how the Sacramento Kings finish, because if they finish strong, it's going to, 22 plus 4 So 26 games they will have, knock on wood, with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox in the lineup, or at least with this new roster. Of course, Dante DiVincenzo is a part of that as well, and some of the other guys who have come over. That's a pretty good sample size, especially when you consider 17, 6-11. Was that Luke's record? I feel like it was 17 games into the season that Luke Walton was let go.
So Philly was the first game. That's great knowledge by you. They were 6-11.
6-11.
Yeah. When Luke was fired.
So we're at 60. So the math major I am, that's 43. So Alvin has coached 43 games so far.
Sounds all right. We'll go with it.
So 43 with that roster, and what'll amount to. Okay, now I'm getting outside my scope of math, but he's coached for so 43, so 39 with that roster. He will have coached 26. Don't hold me to any of those numbers. With this in card, that's a pretty decent sample size.
I think so too.
That's a pretty decent sample size. Maybe I was too quick to dismiss Alvin Gentry. The scenario we presented, I'm not confident that's going to happen. I think you get to the playoffs. That's a tough move from Monty McNair to move on.
Right. You
get to the play-in. I don't know, man. You're 10. Not only are you 10, you're almost you are under 500. You're probably that's tough. Measuring on such a small sample size, that's tough.
It is, and you kind of got to go with your gut, right? So in those situations, if you're Monty McNair, you got to be like, it can't be results based, right? You've got to believe one way or the other. Because say, they play well and they fall a game short of the play-in. If you believe Gentry had this team on the right path, you can't dismiss him because he didn't get in the play-in.
Yeah.
Right. There's a little bit of feel and gut going on with it. And I think that's
like
the case
Pelicans play well, San Antonio plays well, Portland plays well. Any combination of those teams play well. All of a sudden, you have a Kings team that with Domantas Sabonis in the lineup finish, what do you say, 14-11, 15-11, whatever the case may be, and that's still not good enough.
Right.
That's tough, man. That's tough.
Look, I'll tell you this. I'd want him to be in that situation.
Yes, please.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I don't know, man. Part of me says give him a fair shot with this roster. Because the other question we got to ask ourselves is, and I'll ask you, do you think that this roster would change anything with this team's record? Like, would they be better and in a better situation, in your opinion, with this roster? Or is it about the same?
You mean this roster from game one?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're 22-38 now. I have to imagine they're better. What I can't figure out, and why am I having deja vu? Did we do this last year? Did we have this same conversation last year? Is it Groundhog's Day every freaking year as a Kings fan?
Yogi Berra, deja vu all over again.
Something like that. The simple answer is yes. I do believe this team is better if the circumstances that you presented. Now, by the way, that doesn't change the fact that this, if we had 2 COVID seasons, this was the health and safety protocol season. That's all but disappeared. But health and safety protocols ran rampant through the first half of the season, like the first literal half of the season, the first 41 games of the season. We saw that. This was the year of the 10-day. All of that stuff still in play with this current roster. So I just said to you, I still think this roster has flaws to it.
Yeah.
I think the simple answer, yes, they're better. How much better? That's what I can't put my finger on. They're 22-38 right now. I assume you think they're better?
I do. I think they're better. I think they're, to be honest with you, this could be super optimistic. I understand. I think they're closer to 500. I think that from what I've seen.
Yes, that is super optimistic.
From what I've seen from this team, only in 4 games, small sample size, I understand that. But I think they have the components to be drastically better than what they were for the majority of the season. I agree with you 100%. They're missing at least one player, maybe 2, to where they can be like a legit better team, a team that top 6 type team. You know, they're missing a couple of pieces from that. But to be where, you know, I know they've got a lot of injuries, but to be where the Clippers are at 30-31, or even where the Lakers are at 27-31, I don't think they're that far from that if they play this roster the entire season.
That question, I feel like, will be significantly easier to answer. 22 games.
100%.
Because we'll have a right now. Well, yeah, of course they're. Of course, the math checks out. They would absolutely be a 500 team because right now our sample size is 2-2. That's what they are. They're a 500 team. So yeah, I mean, math says you're that's a 500 pace with a 4-game sample size. They're better. I have to believe that they are better. I just can't quite put my finger on how much because I have my concerns about Rashawn Holmes. I have my concerns about Terrence Davis not being there. I have my concerns now. You know, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about this. Davion Mitchell returned to practice. I have my concerns about how you're gonna get the most out of Davion these last 22, because I know it's all about. I know the sexy poster going outside of the Golden One Center is De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis, and rightfully so, Domas, if you will. I get that.
That messed me up the other night. That's
Sports Sunday. Oh yeah, that got you. Oh yeah, you was
Domas. I don't usually say that. I say Domantas, and it just
you combined. You created a whole new name, and you most definitely. If y'all got to tune in because Kenny.
It's big Boots a bitch.
Yeah.
Moses.
Couldn't make it
It's
work.
going to happen. If you talk long enough, it's going to happen. And yeah, I mean, that's why I'm just sorry, Domas. I know I probably want somebody calling me Kenneth, but it just fits for me to call you Domantas. Sorry.
Yeah, Kenny tried to venture outside his comfort zone and went Domas, and it got rough. Happy anniversary, by the way, to the homie Sarah Hodges. Been fortunate enough to be front row for her entire journey here in Sacramento. Ken Rudolph introduced me to Sarah while he was still at CBS, and kind of got our relationship going. And you know, obviously now that's evolved into weekly appearances with her and Ben over on Sports Sunday and occasionally on Sports Extra. So happy anniversary to Sarah Hodges. That has nothing to do with Domas and Domantas and the wild thing that you called him on Sunday night. But
I think I called him the bonus or something. Samantas or something like that.
Domas, I think it was. Yeah, it was wild. We'll have to check the tape. It was a hell of a name. And you caught it right away, but it was spectacular. Y'all think we're playing? It was there.
Boots a bitch.
It was right there.
That's what I get for y'all laughing at Perk.
if I recorded, I'd put Kenny on the soundboard. Believe that. If I could put Kenny on the soundboard. As a matter of fact, Sarah, Ben, Cam,
Cam, don't listen to this man.
We need to pull the video. Cam, if you're listening, check that. If anybody from CBS 13 is listening, pull the video from Sunday night, Sports Sunday, and we'll have a new addition to the Kendrick Perkins board there. Kenny Perkins. I don't know if I finished my point.
You were
Domantas
saying
Sabonis,
putting the billboards out
and
there.
Fox. That's what everyone's watching these final two, and understandably so. Don't you want to? Don't you have to? Kind of like, all right, let's we've seen it. We saw a Tyrese Halliburton version sample size of Davion Mitchell. What can we get here this final stretch from Davion, and how can we really kind of figure out what his role is? And I guess as I say that out loud, I just realized his role is probably going to be different again next year. If Terrence Davis is around, Dante DiVincenzo is around.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you. So maybe you start him at the 2. And I would ask you, would you do that? Would you start Davion at the 2, bring Dante DiVincenzo off the bench, and then, you kind of figure out something
right now,
but also move on if it works. If let's just say they finish well, they do fine. You start the season that way, and you make DiVincenzo and Terrence Davis kind of figure out what they're doing off the bench.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would go that way, but I'm just asking the questions.
I mean, Terrence Davis is like, he's had the rug pulled out from him so many times this year.
You think Terrence Davis is a starting 2 guard?
With our current crop of potential 2 guards? Yeah.
Yeah, or just in the league in general, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like there are times where we go, man, we got to, yes, absolutely. And then there are times where it's like, oh, man, no, Buddy Davis, no. Terrence, do you think you're a starting 2 guard in the league?
I don't know. Is that a trick question?
It is a trick question. I know you think you're a starting 2 guard in the
league. Is that a trick question?
Yeah.
asking the people if that was a trick question. That's hilarious.
I don't even remember what the question was. I think it was something about tanking. I don't remember what it was, but I just that's future.
So you're not
every
gonna
day.
catch me up with nothing.
I mean, I guess I could ask the same question about Davion. Is Davion a starting 2 guard in the league?
The only reason it's tough. It's tough because of the size, because of the height, and you talk about a starting 2 guard. You're gonna ask Davion to go to guard Zach LaVine. I'm just thinking of Chicago. Last time they played, guard Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. Maybe, I think his physical style of defense is something where it's not drastic, but I don't know if it's idea, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's what you would want to do if you have the option to. So I kind of feel like Davion is a 3rd guard. And, maybe you start him off the bench and depending on the matchups at the end of games, when you talk about finishing games, depending on the matchups, depending on how it's going, that determines whether or not he's in there in crunch time. But I know I agree with you. I want to see Davion as well. I got to be honest with you. Maybe not as high as on the priority list of watching and trying to figure out what he is Fox. But I want to see what Dante DiVincenzo is with this team and closing out the season, because that could be your starting 2 guard right there.
Yeah, it could be.
And he's got a contract situation coming up too.
So perhaps more than Davion, you need to see what you got in Dante. Because Dante's not under contract next year. Is that right?
No, I think
he's a free agent this year, isn't he?
I think
next year?
Yeah, it could be a restricted free agency. So you offer him the qualifying offer.
That's right.
And he's going to be restricted if you offer him.
Yeah, I'm confirming right now. I'm confirming right now. In 3-2, and yes, he's got the qualifying offer of $6 million. I feel like we just looked at this. He's got the qualifying offer of 6.6 with restricted free agency the following year. So yeah, you probably want to get some run there from Dante DiVincenzo.
I feel like I almost bring him back regardless. I mean,
you waited this long.
Yeah.
you got to get more than 20. You got to get more than 20, 4 or 5 games, whatever it was with what was supposed to be your original acquisition as the general manager.
I don't
think anybody's looking at that 6.6 going, oh my God. You got to be kidding me. I don't think anyone's doing that.
And and I say that assuming, nobody comes and offers him something crazy on the open market, which I don't think they will because of his circumstances. But I'd almost bring him back regardless. I think he's a good ball player. Even if he's not your starting two guard, he's good to have on your roster. It's the type of player that this franchise needs, a bona fide NBA guy.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We are live on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. On Facebook Live as well. Search ESPN 1320 in Facebook and hit the like button. You can watch the show right there. And if you're on youtube.com/ESPN 1320, this is the portion of the program where D-Lo begs for likes. Hit the thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button as well. Again, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe. D-Lo begging for likes, brought to you as always by Dave Garcia Designs.com. We always try to show Dave Garcia some love because he's the sponsor of Drake Bars. Well, that's a tough sponsorship sometimes. so go check out DaveGarciaDesigns.com as I continue to beg for likes over there on YouTube. Also, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Facebook, don't hit the thumbs up button. Hit the heart button. Make it special. Hit that heart. Let us know that you're out there listening.
Show us love.
Yeah, yes, indeed, because it is the season of love here in February. 916-349-1320. Check out the homie Manny if he's still there, of course. Manny, what's happening, brother?
What's up? Everyone hit the like button now.
Okay. You ain't got to be so aggressive.
Man, I think this is like one of the most important off seasons that the Kings are going to have in their history. Like, you've got 2 years basically to convince Sabonis that this is the place you want him to be, that he wants to, put roots here, and this is the team he wants to play for. And that's getting the right head coach, getting the right other players in there. And this is a very crucial offseason. I mean, this is setting the bar for, I know we said that last offseason too, but this is it. This really is it. You've got 2 years. Like, you got 2 years to make this home for him. It's the Chris Webber, did I really want to be here? And then all of a sudden he was the darling of the franchise, right? So
it's the loss of Tyrese Halliburton too. That plays a big factor into this. Manny, before you go, you better you better throw out some birthday love.
I mean, I'm waiting for y'all to show out the birthday. She said it last night. I hope D-Lo and Casey, I swear to you, I'm not lying. She's like, I hope D-Lo and Casey send me a happy birthday. So, I mean.
Well, we'll send a big old happy birthday to the cereal princess.
Yes.
Manny, 7 years old, Manny? Manny, go. Okay.
7 years old. Air horns. Now. Let's go. Happy birthday.
D-Lo and Casey were definitely for all ages. That's for sure. I hope you got her on the Odyssey app and not on YouTube. YouTube, those commercial breaks can get a little adult.
Get a little crazy.
I hope you got us over there on. I hope you got us there on the Odyssey app, there, man. Responsible parents put us on the Odyssey app. Again, we venture into PG-13 territory sometimes during commercial breaks.
Sometimes
normally it's me.
To be said.
Sometimes Kenny points stuff out that pisses me off, and you just gotta.
You gotta say what you gotta say. Sometimes there's only one way of saying something.
That's right. Sometimes you gotta sprinkle in some. You gotta use colorful language as salt and pepper. Just sprinkle it in. Like, it's not the fillet. You just sprinkle it in. Like, that brought to life that subject a little bit. Like the idiotic sports writer who was talking about Sacramento.
He wanted our attention. He wanted some attention. He got some attention.
Oh, he got it. He got more attention than I think he was bargaining for with his move the Kings to Seattle. That type of laziness I take that back. That type of laziness continues to amaze me. Like, the dude tweeted, and I don't have the exact quote in front of me. I'll pull up Kenny's because Kenny always finds these tweets. He always finds tweets that I don't
find
see.
Me.
That's probably true as well. He tweeted, the Sacramento Kings have not been to the playoffs since 2006. The iPhone did not even exist then. Find new owners and move the franchise to Seattle, a city hungry for NBA basketball. And what I couldn't get over about this NBA reporter, which is what his Twitter bio says, is the hell does this team not making the playoffs have to do with the support of the fan base? Like, why don't you all go at the New Orleans Pelicans like you go at like the Pelicans are what like fourth in that city?
Right.
Like it's the Saints, it's LSU, it's Mardi Gras, it's beignets,
the beignets,
then it's so it's probably fifth.
Yeah.
It's sixth after Crawford, seventh after Masterpiece Family. So you got a basketball team ranked like seventh in your city. Stop it.
Come on, man.
Eighth because Dookie Chase goes there and Miss Leah. Aunt Leah goes there. Shout out Jay Ross.
Brick Frida might be ahead of her.
Ninth. The Pelicans are ninth.
Yeah.
They're ninth.
Frenchman Street is also underrated. I know
10th.
people talk
They're
about
10th.
Frenchman Street is crazy.
The Pelicans are 10th. You're talking about Sacramento.
Look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. You want to get me riled up? Try and mess with my city, man. Try and mess with my city and take my team away. See what get me riled up. Fall for it every time.
Break out a ladder in an RV, boy. It'd be over. 916-349-1320. Come check us out. We've got our man Douglas. What's up, Douglas?
What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Look good, man. How you doing, Douglas?
I'm real good, man. I've got a couple of comments. As far as Alvin Gentry being the coach of the team, right? I think he should have just let Doug Christie go on and coach the team. And I think the next coach of the team should be Doug Christie and Bobby Jackson. That's what I just want.
But wait, both of them?
Yeah, assistant, head coach, assistant coach, whichever way they want to do it. But I think both of them should be coaching the team. That's just what I think. Okay.
I hear you.
And as far as this Tyrese Halliburton conversation, I think that it was a great trade. Tyrese was just okay. You see how they put Fox on the bench for a little while to showcase him.
You think it was intentional? You think that was the move?
Yeah, they showcased him. And as soon as he got traded, Fox is healthy.
Well, that actually is true. So it's Oliver Stone. It's a conspiracy theory right there. But the last part of what Douglas said is factually accurate. I do admire Douglas for saying, "Oh, Doug and Bobby should go whichever one be the head coach." Because I'm sure they're going. I'm sure Doug's like, you know what? No, Bobby, you do it. No, Doug, you do it. No, that's not how coaching works. That's not how business works.
No, there's one captain.
There's one.
There's one captain.
I don't know. I don't know. I would have been fine if Doug had been the coach. Like, I also don't envision a scenario where they go, Alvin, we'd like you to be the coach the remainder of the season. We're going to bump up your pay. Like, it's an interim title, but we'll bump up your pay.
Yeah.
Nah, it's cool. Why don't you have Doug do it? Because I'm too old for this. And by the way, I wouldn't fault him if he's like, no, dude, I did not come here. No, give it to Doug. I'll help Doug. Like, I'm not doing that. But no one's going to do that.
Nah.
Like, no one's going to do that.
Nah. This coaching thing is interesting, man. It really is. Mm-hmm. It's interesting to see how this plays out and if this current staff has a chance at all. That's the thing that I wonder. I think they should and they do, but Monty could be looking at this whole thing where, and I don't know if he is. We're throwing out scenarios. It's like, man, season's over. I'm getting all of my people in. That's it. I'm getting all of my people in. And he's got that. He deserves that opportunity because this is his job. This goes on his permanent record.
Okay. I want to talk more about what you just said. That particular line about Monty McNair, I want all my people. We'll talk more about this Kings coaching staff. We'll talk about some detached teammates and war in Southern California. We'll explain.
War.
That's what it said. That's what I heard. I have my ear to the streets.
He does. He does.
And I heard that war was breaking out in Southern California. Early declarations of war are happening in Lakerland. We'll explain as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. What's the 4 times actually?
4 times. 4 times. 4
Wait,
times.
the years for what? Oh, geez. I'm sorry. For some reason, I didn't see like the first message. I just immediately looked at the second one. My bad.
All right, guys, listen up. Listen up.
The logic and people saying, hey, so you can get a higher draft pick, it doesn't go over my head. I understand it. I just don't agree with it, especially with the situation now where you got Domas Sabonis.
Good. You gotta remember. Don't be a dick, dude. Send that to me. No,
my head. I understand it.
Put it in Adobe. Cut it up. Send it to me.
Situation now where you got Domas Sabonis.
I'll have it done after the show because I got to do a bunch of scraping and
that was a win. Nah, yeah, we'll take care of that after the show. That's a good stuff. That's good stuff.
Domas Sabant. What I call him? Sabont. One more time. What I call him?
Aaron Fox, higher draft pick. It doesn't go over my head. I understand it. I just don't agree with it, especially with the situation now where you got Domas Sabonis.
It really was a Kendrick Perkins moment right there. That was absolutely. Hey, I don't know, man. Hey, you might have to.
On the shirt.
I was working on our taxes this weekend. My taxes. I'm gonna need y'all to buy some more shirts.
Oh man. Hey. Ain't no Kings win 30%. Kings play.
Need y'all to buy some more shirts. It's 30% off the rest of the month.
Woo.
I'm working on. I'm waiting for. I just put together. I didn't put it together. Obviously, Dave Garcia did. I think I've got. I know people like our hoodies, like the softness of them. I don't know how many of you have ever bought a Dope Ones hoodie. One thing I really like about the Dope Ones hoodie is it has the same softness inside, but the outside is just a little bit different. And I think it holds the print better. So if you have a Dope Ones hoodie, I'm having our first, I've put our first hoodie on that type of garment, and I'm having it sent to me right now. I have no idea when it'll get here, but if that goes the way I'm hoping, I'm going to move all our logos over to that style of hoodie.
Nice.
And so the Sonics,
they were a franchise. I wouldn't say they're not the Timberwolves, but they're not the Lakers. They're like Phoenix.
I don't know that I don't know that I'd classify them as an iconic.
No, iconic is a bit of a stretch. Like I said, they were like Phoenix. They're on the same level as that. They had great fan base. The question for everybody in the chat is Jesse said somebody in the chat earlier said that the Sonics were an iconic NBA fan base. And
that's funny. That's hilarious. Domas Sabonis. Jesus Christ.
Ben Ross almost said. But somebody in the chat said the Sonics were an iconic NBA franchise. Yeah. And Jesse was like, were they? They're not iconic. They were a very respected franchise, but they weren't the Lakers. They weren't the Celtics, the Bulls. They were, like I said, they were about like the Suns. Yeah.
Oh, I love that clip so much. Oh, it's not that bad. I mean, it's literally 17 seconds. So you could just string together a couple of lines and see what happens.
I moved along in Cosby yesterday. I got to the second episode. I mean, this guy was a monster.
But that's the Stuntman episode too, isn't it?
Stuntman was in the first one.
Oh, it was in the first one. Okay.
The second one, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, even in the first one, it's like this guy's.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Did the new Kanye episode drop?
It did.
Oh,
the Queen Bee was watching it. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. I didn't want to see any clips. I wanted to see it in its entirety.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna watch that tonight. If you haven't peeped the Kanye West, I think it's called Genius on Netflix. Do it. No matter your feelings on Kanye, it is a masterful documentary that I told Kenny on Sunday, because Kenny's been pushing me for a couple of days to watch it. It's arguably the best music documentary I've ever seen. It's and it's a series. So the first episode was 90 minutes and they're dropping weekly episodes. I have no idea for how long, but man, it's legit. It's really, really good.
Absolutely, man. I can't wait to see this next episode. I can't wait to see his journey. I mean, watching that first episode, I was telling Davion about this. It doesn't excuse everything that he's done or said, but kind of gives you a little bit more of an understanding of why he is who he is. And because there were so many doors closed on him, you know, and I can understand with a door closing you at every turn, people not taking you serious, not believing you literally being the only one that believes in yourself. When you make it and you get to a point, I'm not gonna lie, I might not listen to nobody either, because you were the same people telling me I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. You were wrong. I trusted myself. I believed in myself, and look where I got. I'm gonna just write that till the wheels fall off. I can understand it.
Yeah. I did watch the streaming of Donda 2 last night. Now, there is no entertainer on the planet who I believe is a bigger showman than Kanye West. The whole point of Donda 2, which he swore was going to drop, was Donda 2 on 2/22/22. That was the whole point. Donda 2 did not drop, which no one should be surprised about. But I did tune into the live stream because I was curious, and I'm watching it. I saw Alicia Keys, Lord have mercy, that woman can sing. And I'm watching, I'm like, man, the presentation of this is incredible. If you can get past the fact that the audio is jacked up, there's a massive delay on the microphone to the track, and it overall sounds like hell. It looked pretty dope. If you could get past all of those things. And then I finally was like, there's nothing happening here. I can't do this. And of course, it's just Kanye in a leather outfit walking around in like a puddle, which, like, how did they recreate the puddle in the middle? He's just walking around like in a puddle. And it's like, what is happening right now? He ain't right. I think he was what's my track that guess who's going to jail tonight, which is my joint. Something happened in that track that pissed him off, and he threw his microphone about 10 feet, and you just heard it bounce another 20, and it was like, all right. And that was the last I heard Kanye sing.
Oh my,
rap.
That was just the end. He never got back in.
No, he kept walking around and kicking puddles, and other people tried to rap. Alicia sang. Alicia was even up there like, what the hell? Alicia's tapping. Am I on? She's like tapping the microphone, and she's getting ready to sing. Like, I just don't know if I'm on. But she started singing, and man, she was on. I'm looking. I confessions, Usher. I actually like Donda 2 the more I listen to it.
Donda's a good album.
The first time I heard it, like, Jail is that song is like that gets regular play in my house. And then it like tapered off after that. But the more I listened to it, I was like, yo, this is all right. This is all right.
Look, unpopular opinion. Kanye, every album Kanye's ever made, it's either been, I'm not like average, or I'm not really feeling it, or fire. Like, a lot of people like, no, it's garbage. He's never put out garbage to me. Never. It's either been like I even thought we went through the track list one time on the show. There's like 6 songs on Yeezus. I'm like, that's kind of fire. Like, I like that. He's only got like 10 tracks.
Kanye's made a bunch of bads and thrillers. And for some reason, bad is only bad in comparison to thriller, which is psychotic to me, because to me, bad is a significantly better album. Like, it's just number one hit after number one hit after number one hit after number one hit after number one hit. I did that for a reason. Booker T style, 5 number one hits from that record. I remember watching the I think it was the Spike Lee joint, Bad 25, and they were telling this story about the Bad was the first album to have 5 number one singles, and then pause until recently, until Katy Perry broke the record. And you could hear a collective, not a knock on Katy Perry, but it was like,
what are we doing?
Look at Katy, crap. But like, that's what like, Kanye's never put out Invincible. which is like, all right, it's got You Rock My World and Butterflies on it, but other than that, I'm gonna skip past that. Like, he ain't never put out a joint like that. Like, when you talk about the greatest hip hop albums of all time, you're talking about a lot of Kanye West records.
Yeah.
I'm anxious to watch part 2 of that series, though. If you haven't gotten into it yet, go peep it. Second episode dropped, I think, today.
Yeah,
you only got to catch up on 2 episodes. 4 o'clock.
KC.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Check that out.
Yep.
But yeah, man, I like Kanye's music. Yeah, like even Ye had some songs on there. It's only 7 tracks. Like, it wasn't
all right,
great, but it was like, all right. I think he's great at what he does. Even when people think it's one, like you said, it's not College Dropout. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I get that, but this is still pretty damn good.
I think College Dropout is my favorite because it's the simplest. Like, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, like that's fire, but it's also a significantly more complicated album. Like, you listen to that album in an entirely different way than you listen to the College Dropout. They're just not the same. Even Graduation veers closer to the College Dropout than My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy or anything that followed that. Like, there are incarnations of Kanye's music. He is. I hope he's remembered properly.
I was just about to say, man's a legend.
He is a
bona fide legend, and like, not even just like he's a superstar just because he's famous, but he's one of the greatest musical artists I believe in our lifetime.
He's one of one. Is he the hip hop version of Michael Jackson?
You wouldn't be far off, because look, we talked about the day we did the verses between Kanye, Wayne, Jay-Z, and Drake, and even with a song or two that should have been on there from Jay-Z, I don't think anybody's touching Kanye. I don't think anybody's touching.
Which was funny because a few days after that, someone wrote an article about could anyone beat Jay-Z in a verses? Yeah. Yep. Sure could. We know who it is. Y'all just don't want to say it. Because Kanye's almost become this, like, you factor in all of the other stuff, almost like Kanye's banned from the culture. And then he has these listening events, and you realize y'all are fake. Y'all trying to keep your love for Kanye quiet when you recognize like how truly freaking dope this dude is.
Nah, he's everything he said he was gonna be.
We're going to talk more hip-hop, I'm sure. Hip-hop was a huge part. Hip-hop was a huge part of Frank Red in the Dungeon back in the day down south on the Bad Guys. And he'll be with us. Frank will be with us coming up at 1:45 for the first time. I don't know how long it's been since Frank's been on the radio. Frank and I have had a couple of conversations in recent months. He posted something after Brian Flores was fired, and we had already been talking a little bit. I've never met Frank, never met him past.
Likewise.
I think one phone conversation. and some texts and DMs, and that was it. And with the All-Star break here and a chance to kind of put our feet up without pressing sports news in front of us, it's like, man, let's hang out with Frank just to see what the hell Frank got to say. So Frank's coming up here in about 15 minutes. I want to get back to something you said, though, about Monty McNair just a moment ago.
Okay.
You were talking about the coaching staff specifically, and we were talking about the coaching staff staying, the coaching staff going. And then correct me if I'm wrong, because I wrote this down in chicken scratch for some reason. You said Monty McNair deserves the opportunity to bring all of his people to like for this to truly be Monty McNair's team and to have the ability to basically wipe the coaching staff clean if he has to and bring in the people he wants to coach the team. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yeah.
My feeling with that is more along the lines of Monty McNair, and this was the birth of a conversation we had, like, a month ago or whatever it was, 2 months ago, that Monty McNair does have to wipe the coaching staff clean, because whoever he hires as the next head coach should have the ability to pick his staff in its entirety. And that I don't want Monty McNair involved in that. I sure as hell don't want Vivek Ranadive involved in it. And it's the uncomfortableness of, like, Bobby been on, like, how did Bobby been here since Yeager? And I know he technically isn't on Alvin Gentry's staff. Yeah. He's the Stockton Kings head coach, but I don't, if there's a new head coach and that new head coach doesn't want Doug Christie shouldn't be here. And I'm only using Doug's name. Obviously, I have tremendous love for Doug Christie. The only reason I'm using his name is because of what we heard, in the wake of Luke Walton's firing, in that there was a belief that Vivek Ranadive wanted Doug Christie to be the head coach. Or perhaps, and I think this is just as likely, they were using Doug Christie as a leveraging tool. Look, Alvin, I know you want a 3-year deal as the head coach. We're not giving you that. And if you don't, that's fine. You don't have to. We'll just make Doug the coach. So there could have been a lot of public just gamesmanship going on with Adrian Wojnarowski and whoever is sending him information from the Sacramento Kings. But whoever is brought in, if someone else is brought in as the head coach, they should have the ability to pick their staff in its entirety. If that involves Doug, dope. If it involves Rico, awesome. My only concerns are, I know the roster was bad, but, like, they couldn't get through, like, this staff couldn't get through to any of them at all for 60 games or 56 games or whatever it was.
And see, and that's where I say that group of players, that roster, they couldn't be saved. There was nobody who was going to get through to them. They couldn't get through to themselves.
And nobody there coming. Wasn't no captain on the way.
Look, man, though, they didn't have enough self-respect for what they put out under their own name.
You're right.
And if they couldn't find a way to care to do things better for themselves, there was nobody who was going to talk to this group and help them out. So, I mean, look, it went through two coaches, multiple assistant coaches. Like, it went through a bunch of people that could not get through to none of these guys. And guys who are respected, like Rex Kalamian, super respected in this league. Them
dudes drove Rex out of here, didn't they? Rex leave like, hey, look, even I can't do nothing with it. Y'all ain't gonna ruin my record as a defensive.
Rex got out of here. Guy. He got on that midnight train to Georgia. Out of here. So yeah, couldn't nobody get through to this group. There was too much going on. I think much like, and I do agree with what you're saying. The coach that comes in, whether it's Alvin or a brand new coach, much like Monty should be able to pick exactly who he wants for his job. That coach should be able to pick who he wants on the bench with him. But when evaluating these guys, I think they should get the same honest evaluation period that Alvin Gentry is getting. I'm talking about the rest of the people on the bench with this particular group, and see if they can help these guys along the way for the final 22 games of the season.
You know what's interesting about that is the next head coach deserves the right to pick their staff. That may very well include Alvin Gentry.
Mm-hmm.
Like Alvin could, hey, okay, thanks, Monty. I appreciate it. Let's just be honest, though. I ain't picked these dudes. This is Luke's staff. I got to be able to revamp this Luke staff, and whether that involves Doug Christie, Rico, Mike, Stacy, Lindsey, whoever. I've got to have the man. There's a lot of coaches.
There is.
All of those coaches. I just realized all of those coaches are here and they lost one because Alvin was the lead assistant. They haven't brought anybody in, have they?
I don't think so. No, not during the season.
That's a lot of coaches. Hey, I'm thinking back to again, this isn't a trade secret. It was in the off the record conversation with Jerry, where I didn't realize Jerry was once an assistant coach in which he was the assistant coach.
The only guy.
Like as in there was only one, and it was Jerry Reynolds. There was a head coach and an assistant coach, and now there's just a lot of coaches.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is not all of them are defined as coaches.
Mm-hmm.
There's assistant coaches and there's development coaches.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same thing. And all you have to do is look at the union to figure out which one is who is seen in the eyes of the NBA as a coach. Check the union. If they're not in the union, they're categorized as something else.
And you know what? When you talk about this group of coaches, and I think you feel the same way. I understand exactly what you're saying. I think you feel the same way as me, though. I trust the basketball knowledge of all these guys and ladies, right?
Sure.
So I believe that what they're telling these players is the right thing. It's coming from not only experience on the bench, but experience out there on the floor. And once again, not saying that you're saying anything other than this, but I don't know. I look at that and I understand why you got to fix it. I don't see that as the problem. You know, I don't think a lack of knowledge or being able to relate to these players or get your point across clearly. I don't think that's the issue. You know, as a result of the records and not achieving your goals, they may end up losing their jobs because of that. But I don't think there's much of anything that these guys could have done differently to change the fortunes of these teams. They did everything they could to change this. Hopefully they change it this year and, you know, maybe they get more of an opportunity. That's, I think, what we're both rooting for. But the roster, obviously, is the thing that has to improve. And I think they've made steps. Amani made steps during the trade deadline, obviously. But to your point, there's still some more work to be done.
Yeah, there definitely is. I think it would be a really tough. We talk about all of the tough calls Monty McNair is going to have to make, one as it pertains to this coaching staff. Well, it'd be tough to fire Alvin, to move on from Alvin, but keep someone on the staff as the head coach.
Right.
That's like, I'm going to need that explained to me. And I think the unfortunate part about that is people are going to believe, if that's the case, obviously we're only talking about one person, that's not Monty's hire. And it very well could be. It's just, it's already been put out there. Like Doug's almost, I don't know that Doug Christie could ever be tainted because he's so loved, but I think there's this uneasiness surrounding him because it's kind of the gateway into, told you, interference there. Let basketball people do basketball things, but no, you gotta stick your hand in the cookie jar here and kind of mess this up.
Yeah. And
that sucks for DC because I know Doug's wanted to be a coach for a long time. So it kind of sucks that to steal a phrase from his old partner, that dark cloud lingers around him.
Look, even more so, he wants to be I think you give Doug Christie the opportunity to be a head coach anywhere in the league. I think he choose Sacramento first. Like, he wants to be the head coach here, I believe, But like you mentioned, it's such a dicey situation. Having him come in and be the head coach here, everybody's on edge and uneasy about it because you don't want it to go bad. And then we look at Doug the way they look at Vlade right now.
And it's, yeah, I know James brought that up a lot. I don't think that would happen. I think there's so much. I think
I don't think it should happen to Vlade.
But and that's what I was going to say. I don't think it. I think we're washed of Vlade Divac, the general manager. I think Vlade steps into the Golden One Center. I mean, it ain't got to be Thursday. Let's say Vlade steps into the Golden One Center, game 1 next year. Oh, I think he's good. I think he's good.
I hope so.
I think it's like, okay, Buddy's gone, Marvin's gone. Look, De'Aaron's here. Look, Harrison. Look, we're in a better spot. We're good. It's a maybe I was going to say extreme, probably less extreme version than the Bill Buckner thing. Bill Buckner didn't go back.
Though. So you say game?
Yeah,
one.
we gotta set the bar lower though. We gotta set the bar lower.
But I agree with you. It should be that way. Hell, to be honest with you, and I know it's not realistic, Vlade should be able to come in on Thursday.
I think Vlade's not going to get booed Thursday. If he was here, no, I don't think so.
You don't think you would?
No, because that's not Twitter at the Golden One Center. I say no.
You're right.
I say no.
You're
no,
right.
he gets love, and that's that's the thing about. I don't think that ever happens to Doug. I think if Doug became the head coach and wasn't successful, Doug became the head coach and he wasn't successful.
Mm-hmm.
With Vlade, it's like Vlade became the general manager, and wait, he did what? Wait, he did.
See, and that's also
and it becomes it becomes like pick swaps for 7 years or whatever that it becomes like a long drawn out thing where if Doug just isn't successful, he's not successful, and it really is as simple as that.
And it's also what you just mentioned. It's a different role, right? Doug is just coaching the team, and if the team's not good enough and the record is what it is, then hey, Doug, you'd have guys on here on the radio like myself talking about, well, Doug didn't have the horses to be able to get it done. Vlade was in control of getting the horses here.
Yeah.
And that's where people probably hold that against them more than they would Doug Christie.
Normally we don't do this, but y'all know Jerry Reynolds wasn't a good head coach, right? And I'm not confident that Jerry wouldn't be more than willing to take. Like, Jerry's career record is 56 and 114.
Poor Jerry.
Jerry never made.
You want to talk about not having the horses?
Like, oh my God.
Poor Jerry.
Jerry told a story. Like, man, the Kings have been screwing up drafts for a long time. Like, this is not new.
Poor Jerry, man.
But find me a more beloved individual in and around this organization than Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah.
That's I feel like that's Doug. Not Doug at Jerry's age. It's like, it didn't work out, but we still love him.
Right.
Like, okay, so Jerry wasn't good. All right, so what? We still love him.
And look, and see in the chat, we got our guy
Monarchs
Bob,
general manager, but
we got our guy Bob. Like, to me, there needs to be a distinction where he's like, Jerry Reynolds was a horrible coach. No, he had a horrible record. That if he didn't have the players that were good enough, that's what I've always said about Luke Walton and others. Frank Vogel, like, who he is as a coach shouldn't be necessarily determined by the record, because if you don't have good enough players, I always say John Wooden is not winning with this group.
I understand. So that means we're doing this with everybody. Like, how do you define good coaches and bad coaches? I don't think Frank Vogel is a bad coach. I don't look at Frank Vogel and go, championship winner right there. But I also look at Frank Vogel in this roster like, well, who gets you through this?
Hey, look here. We talked about it a little bit. I don't think Alvin Gentry's a bad coach. If somebody just want to go based on record, they beg to differ. I don't think he's a bad coach. I think he understands the game. I think
No.
he gets a lot out of them, but out of his players. But sometimes you just don't. You don't have the horses. There are coaches that win that I don't think are necessarily good coaches.
You think all of those? I can't believe you're making me do this. You think all of those teams that Alvin had in New Orleans were bad?
I don't think they were very good. You had Anthony Davis and what?
Y'all be you be making me turn heel on
Yeah,
folks,
Anthony
man.
Davis and what?
When Shavon there? Never mind. Let's step out. Let's come back. We got Frank Red. If y'all are not familiar with Frank Red, man, you're about to become very familiar with them. Longtime sports radio listeners in this city are familiar with this brother. We're thrilled to have him here on this show for the first time. Frank Red joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Adam, Sickness, Boogie, Drew Holiday. I don't know if Drew was there yet or not, but even if he was, that's when he made the playoffs.
That's when he won. Yeah.
When he had those guys.
That's when he won. I feel like Drew was already there.
Drew might already. I think he was drafted. Yeah, he might have been drafted to the Pelicans.
I feel like Alvin had. I feel like there was some talent in there in New Orleans. I'm not going to say that it was championship talent.
Who was the
Go
coach?
ahead. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember did he coach Phoenix once?
He coached Phoenix. He got them to the Western Conference Finals.
So he took Phoenix to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, Kobe slapped his butt after.
That was the conference finals.
Yeah. So
wow.
I don't.
Okay. Damn, I don't think I remember. I remember that play very well. I don't remember. I didn't know that was the conference finals. I can't remember that at all.
Yeah, he knocked them out.
Yeah, sure enough, they were 54-28.
But the crazy thing is what happened before and after, right? So, like they went to the conference finals and then just fell off the face of the earth the next year. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, 40-42. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't either. Make the switch here. It's bringing our man Frank Red.
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? How you brothers doing?
Oh man, there's that voice. What's up, man?
You know what? I'm just, I was listening to the program and just enjoying what you guys are talking about, and just I feel honored, man. Like you said, this is the first time that we've actually had an opportunity to talk. But I check you guys out via the internet most of the time, and and I just really like what you guys are doing, and just to have an opportunity to come on and hang out with you guys for a little while it's awesome. It's an awesome feeling.
Well, I can tell you straight up, Fred. You know how they talk about in football, there any sport. These coaches come out of a coaching tree, right? Like the Bill Walsh coaching tree, and now Kyle Shanahan. Well, I'll speak for myself. I'm 100% out of the Frank Red tree. All right, I studied under Frank Red, and
wow.
Yeah, I'm out of the Frank Red broadcasting tree.
Well, you brothers got it going on, man, and to hear you guys talking about hip hop in the afternoons in Sacramento, engaging the audience the way that you guys do, it brings a lot of joy and pride to my heart, because that's what I was hoping would ultimately happen. And, I'm a King supporter, but I'm a fan of the Sacramento Kings fans, the city of Sacramento, because they held it down for me. And, to see them embrace you guys the way that they have, it's just awesome, man. This is a great opportunity to not only talk sports, but really engage your community and have you brothers do that on a daily basis. It's real cool to see.
Frank, let me ask you something before we get on the radio. Are you talking into a microphone, or are you just talking into the computer?
I'm talking to the computer. Does that sound
okay?
Right?
No, it sounds fine. I just wanted to make sure that that was the intent there. Now you good to go. We sound like $1,000,000. We should be coming back to the radio show here. Actually, we're gonna come back right now. Hang on, fellas. Oh, I'm sorry. He said 25 seconds. All right. Yeah. So we're coming back about 20 seconds now. But yeah, Frank, we'll have some fun, man. You've seen the show, you've heard the show. We just gonna sit here and talk. That's it.
Let's do it. Let's do it,
We're just
brother.
gonna sit here and talk, man. So I'll bring us back here coming up in a couple of seconds. Hang on, guys.
I don't look as good as you guys, but you know.
Oh, that's Cap. That's Cap, Frank. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, as well as we welcome in one of the greatest voices that you'll ever hear in Sacramento. And I used the line the other day, Frank Red crawled so D-Lo and KC could walk. Many people are familiar with In the Dungeon, which used to air down south on the Bad Guys radio station many years ago. Frank, man, we'll let the love fest that started during the commercial break continue here now that we're live on the radio. We grew up listening to you, man. There weren't a lot of people who talk sports, who mesh the world of sports and hip hop together, man. And you were one of one, and you set the trail that Kenny and I can follow here today.
Well, thank you for those kind words. And, I got to give a shout out to Tony Scott, who gave me Tony Cox, excuse me, my first PD. Mike Ramey, Dow you talked about, he gave me an opportunity. And I never stopped thinking about the future and about folks that would come after me. When the show was over, I was okay. I had a really nice run. But what I wanted to do was make sure that the platform and the foundation was set for brothers like you all to come next, or sisters, or whomever, and no one could say anything about the show that was negative. I was prepared. I was articulate. I was courteous. I did all the things that I thought would create a foundation for brothers and sisters to come after me. And just to see you guys putting it down on a daily basis really validates what I was trying to do on Sunday nights.
Frank, first of all, this is Frank coming in here, man. Come on. Air horns have to happen. Little Frank Red coming in. Gotta have air horns, sure. But I'm interested in, you get this opportunity. I can't even think of the year, but it's not the same with podcasts and, having an opportunity to work on your craft like we do nowadays before you even get on the air. And you had an idea for a show that hadn't, in my opinion, I hadn't heard before. I don't think it'd been done before. Where did you get the idea that this is how I'm going to do a sports show, knowing that you probably had never heard a sports show done like that before?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it sounds bodacious in some respects, but then the Dungeon Show was the first show in the country that combined hip hop and sports. And I was working in sales. I was a salesman, and I was driving around maybe on 80, and I used to listen to Guy Radnich. And Guy Radnich on KNBR, Guy Radnich had personality, and he knew how to engage folks. And I liked that. But I was like, there's something missing. And Sway Calloway, Hall of Fame radio guy now, Sirius XM, Sway and I are friends. And before I was a radio host, I'm a rapper also. I'm an artist. So I know a lot about hip hop. I played D1 basketball and football. Great coaches, teammates, and I've been a coach myself. So all of these interests that I had, I just kind of said, wow, what if I did this? And kind of theorized it, put it together. To be quite honest with you, Dusty Baker, Sacramento Zone, was the first guy to give me an interview. I want to shout out Dusty Baker because, literally one of the coolest guys on the planet. So everybody has a moment. My moment was driving on 80, conceiving what could be. I had a lot of help from my man, Profess, who was my music producer. We put the show together. I walked into KMJI. They thought I was a professional athlete, which is the only reason why they even talked to me. Yeah, I'm about 6'6", 6'7", about 280, 290. And the receptionist runs and gets the program director, Tony Cox. And he's like, who the hell is this? And I was like, yo, I'm such and such. I want to do a show. He said, well, come back and talk to me in my office. This is a Friday. I come back on Monday. Even the fact that I got into the building he talked to me and everything. Ebro was working there. You see, Ebro's a giant in the game now, but Ebro used to work there. So Ebro and I kind of started. He takes my tape out of his desk and he goes like this. He goes, you know what? I get a lot of tapes all the time. He goes, nobody has what you have on this tape. I was like, wow. Can you say that again? You know, and so he goes, but I can't hire you. And I was like, oh man. So I was a salesman. I actually went around Sacramento and got advertisement for my show and came back to him. I think it was like on 12th Ave. I can't remember. There was a woman who has a soul food restaurant on like 12th Street. I can't remember. The first exit off of 50. I love you. She wrote me a check to advertise on a radio show that only me and maybe two of my friends were listening to.
Wow.
That was it. But that was the start of it. And over time, I developed a style. People showed me love. And I just kind of built it from there. The rest was history. But it really started like that, man. I mean, things can happen.
I want to put that in context for people. Like, we you know, Kenny and I come out here every day, just as Frank did, and we try to do the best we can, and we try to put on something that's compelling and entertaining. And whether we have an audience of 10 or an audience of 1 million, the most important component, and this is the case with most businesses, the most important component to this show isn't Jesse or Kenny or Davion. It's Rick Ross. It's Rick Ross, and it's Brett Barish, and it's Black Bottles 916, and it's Ben, and it's that group who came in here and said, you know what? This is dope. We need a partnership with D-Lo and KC. And that's why, you know, for those who were tuning in, you see the bottles behind us. That's for those who follow us on social media. You see, like, I've had so many people ask if we're like owners of Luke Belair and McQueen and the Violet Fog and all of that. And like, that's the importance of advertising, because you go to Ebro and you say, yo, it's not just a radio show I got you now. It's money coming into your radio station. And man, boy, program directors and managers, their ears perk up when you say, no, I'm not just coming with my talents. I'm coming with money.
Absolutely. But, you know, it's interesting. Once you get the advertising, then the content of the show has to work. And you two gentlemen have crafted a show that is unique, that is engaging and entertaining. And that's why the advertisement stays, because you need all of these entities together working towards a common goal. So advertising is very, very important, but the ears, the listeners, and the engagement that you all provide on a daily basis is just as important.
Frank, I'm still going down memory lane, man. And I don't know when I started listening to In the Dungeon, but I know for years, like when I say when, I don't know if it was the first show or what, but I know for years, every Sunday, you know, I'd turn on the radio. Frank Red would be talking his talk. I'm on the sticks, you know, playing Xbox or PlayStation, and that's how I'd spend the next 2 hours. Do you remember your first show and just kind of your feelings going into that show? Nervousness, not uncertainty. What was going through your head on that first show?
As you said, my nervousness was on 10. You know, I mean, I'll tell you, I don't know when it was, my first couple of shows. A mistake that I made on air, and I laugh about it. I called Evander Holyfield, Evanderfield, because I was so nervous. You know, you want to get the information out. But I approach doing radio like I approach playing sports and coaching. And that really gets back to the preparation. So the amount of time that I spent to do a 2-hour once a week show was pretty substantial. I mean, I had notes, I had stats, I had everything. The music catalogs, the music, I mean, I would spend a whole week thinking about what I wanted to play. I would reach out to various people. So just like in sports, when you practice well, you generally play well. When you don't practice well, you don't play well. So I had to approach it from a fundamental perspective to get ready for those 2 hours because my mindset was, this could be my last show. I lasted over 10 years, but I always felt like it could be my last show.
Mm-hmm.
And even when I had like high ratings or it was a top show, I didn't care. I just really, really put forth the effort and tried to do my best and be courteous to folks and just be professional. So I was real nervous the first show.
That's Frank Red with us here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. How long ago did In the Dungeon end?
Wow. Probably I'm going to say about 12, 13 years ago.
No.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And, the show had a good run. Sometimes I think, though, as popular as this show was, if it came along in today's like social media and all the access, it probably would have been just as successful, So
it'd have been bigger.
Yeah.
It'd have been a monster. Yeah, it would have been a monster.
So I had some challenges in my life following that. So God kind of works in mysterious ways, lets you know that maybe you need a break. So everything kind of worked out the way it did. My only challenge was I just didn't like the way it ended because so much had been given to me, and I didn't have an opportunity to to let the listeners know how much I really appreciated it. That was the thing that really got me.
Yeah. Frank, we can't talk to Frank Red and not talk a little hip hop. And I don't know if you got a chance to hear the discussion that we're having, about 20, 30 minutes ago about Kanye and his new documentary that's out. And, there's a lot, people have a lot of different feelings about Kanye, but I think myself and Davion, we just, we talked about how regardless of how you feel about him, there's no denying what he is to hip hop and what he's been able to contribute to music and to the culture. Do you still look at Kanye right now as, one of the handful of icons in the history of hip hop?
Absolutely. I love to work with him. If there's one person who can bring the best out of you as an artist, Kanye's right there. You talk about Dr. Dre and he's like Quincy Jones, man. When I think of Kanye Jones, when I think of Kanye West, I think of Quincy Jones. He is he's a maestro, and he approaches making music like great coaches approach coaching teams.
Mm-hmm.
He's very collaborative. Back in the day, the idea of someone not writing their own lyrics was like a stain on you. Kanye changed the whole game. He wants the best writers. He'll fly them out to Hawaii. He wants the best bass player. If you watch like some of the YouTube videos, Kanye's not the one who necessarily is creating these incredible bass lines. He goes and gets the best bass line player, the best of everything. So, nah, man, I try to stay away from his non-music takes on things that are sometimes ridiculous. But when you just
we all try to stay away from that.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
But musically, oh man, I love listening to his music.
Yeah. Real quick, Dave, what you just mentioned with Kanye, who it reminds me of, and what I've heard people talk about is with Puffy.
Yes.
Like Puffy's not. He doesn't, the sound of Puffy, or he's not getting on the boards or getting in there, but like a great coach, he understands what it takes to have a great team. And if that means getting a hitman, if that means getting this writer, if that means getting this singer, Puffy may not do none of that, but he understands the components necessary to make a hit song or a hit record or anything like that. And that's kind of, when you described that, it reminded me of Puffy a lot.
Great point. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's an ear too. It's like no, move this here, move this here, and all of a sudden it creates an entirely different sound. Frank, was there resistance when you started your show from the audience, particularly when you started at 1140 and you're talking to a sports audience, a primary sports audience, and the makeup for sports talk radio has traditionally been older white men And did you face resistance when In the Dungeon started?
Absolutely. I did. But, again, I always take it from like a coaching or a player's perspective. And the one thing that I'll say about the audience, if you engage the audience, even if they don't think they're going to like you or like what you're doing from the start, but if you engage the audience and you can build a thesis and support it with evidence, they'll listen. And then over a period of time, they'll make a decision of whether or not they like you. You know what I'm saying? So what I tried to do was just make sure that my content was A1. My facts were always very, very correct and serious, to the point where people could disagree with me, but they couldn't really challenge whether or not I knew what I was talking about. And I knew a lot of people, and I was engaged in some of the topics that I was talking about. But yes, I had resistance, but you know what though? I was on air. It's like when somebody says, you know what, you can't play. Yeah, but I'm on the court. All right. You sitting in the stands telling me that I can't play, but I'm on the court. All right. So watch me. So that was my mentality, man. I took it like like I was balling at Rucker Park in New York, or playing against, Jordan or Mullen or anybody. That was my opportunity. It was the happiest time of my life. Right. I'll tell you that right now.
Casey, I feel like there's an important note to pull out. When Kenny and I started this show, we made the decision, we've got to do this show the way we want to. And that involves our interactions, our guests, and our conversations. And it's okay to fail when you present something the way you want to. Mm-hmm. It's significantly tougher to fail when you're presenting what somebody else is telling you to present. Mm-hmm. And that's where, we constantly show love to Danny in San Francisco for kind of giving us the leeway to he has our focus in the right spot on the Sacramento Kings and the San Francisco 49ers. But when Kanye comes up and when hip hop comes up, we have the ability to deliver those messages. Or when social justice issues come up, we have the ability to deliver those messages in ways that other people can't. And as long as we do that with the same integrity that we talk about the Sacramento Kings and the San Francisco 49ers, I think is going to come across universally to people.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I also want to acknowledge, man, I have some of the best producers, partners this industry has ever seen. And to this day, our relationships are rock solid. Sean Cunningham, Shawnee, that's my boy, all right? And to see his ascension in this media game, it literally brings tears to my eyes, man, because this is a guy who worked his tail off, who was loyal as hell and helped me be better. Little Joe, that's my guy, man. I work with so many people that are prospering and reaching great heights in this industry. It makes me feel good. John Dickinson on 95.7. This guy is a real prominent name in the industry. He literally started on my show, and he built his resume, built his game, and look at him now. So I have nothing but pride with the people that I work with, and there's no one who can say anything negative about me. And I think that goes back to just my upbringing and who I am as a person. Integrity means a lot to me, and I take pride in that, man. So I just wanted to say that.
And Frank probably doesn't remember this or know this at all. I reached out to Frank, somehow got his email while the show was going on. And I said, Frank, I love the show. This is what I'm trying to do. And, do you have any words of encouragement? I was like, do you have a job for me? Something like that. And took the time out and responded. And he gave me, a thoughtful answer back, a detailed answer, advice, stay true to yourself at all times, man. And at the time, you were probably just being yourself, being courteous, being respectful. But it meant the world to somebody like myself who, looked at you and looked at what you were doing as motivation and inspiration for what could be, out here in this media game. And Like you just never know who you're gonna touch. Now, I got a platform myself, but I never forget reaching out to somebody like yourself and you taking the time to reach back out to me and give me words of advice and encouragement, man. So like I said, it was random. It was really random. I don't expect you to remember it. It's fine that you don't, but it happened. You know what I mean? It happened, and I never forgot it.
Well, you know what? I remember writing some emails, so I don't remember it specifically, but look at you now, man. You're balling, dude. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for that. And yo, man, I am so lucky. You know how blessed I've been in my life. No one does it alone. Nobody. Your first, like you have like a lot of coaches, and sometimes, oh yeah, I want this job, that job. You know what I say? Know what's my best job? The job that I have. I'm not worried about some other job. I'm worried about doing the best job that I can do right now. And I have to give back, man. So thank you for enlightening me about that, because I didn't remember it specifically. But it sounds like something I would do though.
Do you miss it? Do you miss talking sports? Do you miss talking hip hop? You miss the radio, that form of communication?
Well, it's I have a lot of interests. I have a career that I work in that I think I'm pretty good at. That allows me to impact lives of folks. I miss coaching. I've coached for a long period of time, and I'm in the process of making music. So I love going in the studio, writing, making songs, and sports talk radio is something that it took me a long time to just even accept the fact that I was good at it. Because nobody ever comes and says, you know what, you're good at this, and it's a pretty competitive business where people are kind of like always kind of looking at you a little bit, maybe hoping you'll fall, and then they realize, you know what, I can't root against this guy. This guy's a good guy. Why am I rooting against this guy? So if I ever had an opportunity like the one that I had, where that show was 100% me. Mike Ramey, my program directors, never tried to alter the show at all. So it was fun. It wasn't a job to me. If I could do it and do it the way that I want to do it and have everybody be happy, then I take a look at the opportunity. But if I ever had just a job to do something in a way that was going to please somebody else, it's not what I want to do. So I miss it a little bit because it's so natural. It's something I know how to do. But has to be the right situation.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because this is the only thing, and there'll be plenty of people who disagree. This is the only thing I feel like I'm good at. Like I feel like everybody, and that really just speaks to who you and what you are, Frank. Because I feel like everybody, if you're, hopefully everyone's lucky enough to find it, but everybody is really great at something, and some people can't find it. Like some people can't find the thing that they're great at. I went away from this for a while. I feel like this is it. Like there are other things that have my interest, but there is nothing that I put more love and passion into than this ability to communicate with so many people. And to hear you say like it's just fascinating that you have so many, and you're probably great at all of them. And it's why people like me are jealous of you. Like he out here rapping, making beats. He a ball player. He an athlete. Oh, I'm just happy to be really, really good on the radio with this $1 million voice as well.
You know what? There's a lot of sacrifices that you have to accept because of your passions. You could pull out your couch and I could start laying down and tell you about all of them that I've had to do. But but the reality is, I've never been married. I've consistently and I thought I was going to get married and ultimately have like 4 or 5 kids. Like my mom had 4 children. But we all have passions. We are all dreamers, and I live through other people's dreams. I learn and I breathe that. There are people like you guys who, literally, man. To see you guys on this platform to know that I had a little bit to do with that is awesome, and it's worth the sacrifices. And many of my friends who are professional coaches, millionaires. I mean, I coached a kid who became a first-round draft pick. When he was 12 years old. I mean, really?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, to have like a little impact on the lives of people who ultimately accomplish their goals and their dreams, it's life-changing. So, I feel what I was doing was worthy.
Frank, you got a home on this show. Anytime you want to come hang out, man, you are always welcome. I feel like we're just scratching the surface here with Frank Red, man. But you're always welcome on this show. We appreciate you so much. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Okay, go ahead, KC. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna. Now that we're off, I was gonna say, man, the people calling for it, Frank. Come on.
Are they really?
The people calling for it.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's somehow, some way.
Okay.
Here on the airwaves, man.
Dude, I mean, okay, so like on Sunday nights, right? The lines will be popping. Okay, I'm not gonna say. I mean, we see a lot of callers, and when I looked at the ratings, I was always, pretty highly rated, but didn't have like the contact with the listeners. So you really don't know. You just got there doing the best job you can do, trying to stay employed. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm blown away, dude. I can tell you, I am absolutely blown away by the memory that some folks have, and even the interest, because there's a million shows they can listen to. Why are they listening to us? Why do they take time out to listen to me? So, I come from a place where these dreams, these aspirations are not achieved in many cases. So, to be able to talk to people, come on, man. I understand why this is your best job, and you feel like this is what you do. This is a great job.
Yeah, man. We got to find a way to make something happen, man.
You guys got to keep crushing it. That's what you got to do.
Just
keep killing it, man.
We appreciate you, man.
I mean,
it means
guess
a lot.
what? 10 years from now, 15 years from now, you're going to have people coming up to you saying, yo, Mr. D.O., I was that kid. Yo, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how it is. Now, how are we gonna get the Kings score, man?
That's a whole other.
You guys have to get you back, Frank. How you gonna solve that problem?
Yeah, we gonna have to get you back on the air to fix that one, Frank, because it's gonna take more than a Wednesday segment to iron that mess out.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us again. Like we'd love to have you back on. You're welcome in here anytime you want to chat or you have some free time or whatever it may be, and we'll work behind the scenes, man, to see what we could do.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
All right,
Frank. Thanks, Frank.
Peace out.
All right, brother. Man, that's good stuff right there. Good stuff right there.
The legend, man. The legend.
Wow.
At least for me, that was a legend.
That's for sure.
That's the guy that I listened to. Like, you can do radio like this. I
know, man. I just hope. I just hope like it was how difficult it really was for Frank to do what he did. Like this audience is not this sports talk audience.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't like all of us, you know what I mean? And man, you talk about kids. So he said that show been off the air about 12 years. It had a 10-year run 22 years ago. Think about D'Lo and Casey trying to do what they do 22 years ago on an AM station
and across the street.
And
come on now. Yeah, that's great. But he just put his head down and did what he did.
Yeah.
And obviously the people responded.
Yeah. I mean,
he
again, that $1 million voice, man, there is no There's no mistaking that. No mistaking that at all. That was great stuff, man. That was 10 times better than I could have hoped.
A lot of fun.
I'm buying my microphone though. Buy him a USB to plug into that computer.
Get him a Yeti.
I'm gonna get him a Yeti. Yeah, that's for sure.
I actually got a couple.
I was gonna say, come to think about it, you got one laying around your house.
Yeah, I got a couple Yetis lying around.
Yeah, different environment indeed. Well, but I also want to be clear. Mike Remy's an awesome dude. Like Mike tried. He went to bat for me here before he left at ESPN 1320. He tried to make something happen. It's just it wasn't the right time and place, and thank God it wasn't, because if it was, I don't know that it would be the two of us right now. We needed another 6 months or so. Man, just a tremendous conversation with Frank Red right there. Hearing names, like hearing him show love for JD, and we got to get JD on the show. John Dickinson and Sean Cunningham, and hearing him talking about Ebro. I'd never heard that Ebro story before, so that's Ebro's a good dude, man. I remember when me and my man Io thought we were party promoters, and we wanted KSFM and Ebro to be involved so bad. And I called E. I was like, "Hey, this is what we're doing. You think you could help?" And he's like, "No, they charge for that. They charge a lot for that. So what you're going to do is you're going to tell us this is a fundraiser." And that's sure as hell what happened. Statute of limitations is expired. Like,
right.
We ain't gonna get called into the principal's office for this. But he was like, so he came, broadcasted live, brought DJs, brought the KSFM band, did the whole thing. So me and my man Io could live out our dream of being party promoters and have our party that we're being thrown that we called Hypnotize. I was a senior in high school. The party was called Hypnotize. And yeah, sure enough, Ebro came through for us and brought a big ass crowd with us, far bigger than we ever could imagine.
But man, to think of somebody like Ebro and Frank Red, you know what I mean, and even yourself, then I know just me looking at it, to feel like I'm part of that lineage now. You know what I'm saying? Sacramento, the media personalities or radio DJs that, is kids 10 years from now, some little KC, some little D-Lo is out there. I'm like, man, I listened to you and did it. It's surreal to me. It's surreal. And it almost talking to Frank and reliving when I sent that email to him, at 18, 19 years old, trying to, figure some things out. It makes me want to be like, all right, well, I gotta prep the other little D-Lo and KCs out here to let them know, there's an outlet. You could talk to me. We can, if there's some way I can help you, like give you advice, whatever the case may be, it motivates me to make sure that this keeps going. You know what I mean? And they do know they have an outlet and they have a connection to guys like us.
Yeah, that's one thing that like you and I talk privately about, and there's no fourth wall on this radio station, is like, what could we do like for the future? And before D-Lo and KC started, we started Be Heard. And Be Heard still the one thing about podcasting that's funny, I think podcasting, because like with the elimination of interns in radio, like the way I came up doesn't exist anymore. And that's why you got to do things like email Frank Red, email Kenny Caraway, email Damian Bar. Like that's why you got to do things like that, because you can't go to a website anymore and apply to be an intern at a radio station, because that just doesn't exist in that way anymore. And so we had the idea of launching Be Heard that would give people an opportunity to kind of perfect this craft through podcasting. And one thing that I learned is we had some really great podcasters, and they realized how hard it is. And there, shout out to Sean and Vaughn, who continue to bust their ass every week and do podcasting, and do some more, really set the barometer for being successful in a forum outside of radio. But when you make a commitment to podcasting, like it's just that, it's a commitment. And I guess that's one, special quality about Be Heard is it's giving out people an opportunity to do something and realize, oh, you know what? I don't think I want to do this. Like, I don't. And then, you know, things like come along. Like there was a great podcast. There was a great Kings podcast with Sanjay Singh and Tim Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
It was called Watching the Tape. It was phenomenal. But Sanjay's great writer. He went on in a strange twist of events. He's covering the Lakers. Sanjay,
okay.
So yeah, Sanjay was the original.
Okay.
Him and Tim Maxwell had a really, really great podcast. And you know, podcasting is a great forum for people to learn. But we always like, what are we doing for Lil Kenny Caraway? You know what I mean? What are we doing? What like I want to do for someone what Ebro did for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Or even to a certain degree what Davey D did for me. He did a lot. Like we butted heads a little bit later on, but like he was very Davey's was instrumental in shaping the personality that I ultimately became on the air. He was the one who taught me like you've got to be yourself. He taught me just like little things that I've never forgotten that I passed down. Mm-hmm. Just like when you're talking to people, this is more on the FM side and less on the AM side. But there was just this little intricacy of instead of saying like y'all or you guys or referring to a big group of people, you say you. Because when you hear you think that person's talking to just you. Right. And I don't know that he like if that was like a big like life lesson or it was just a throwaway line, but I never forgot it. Mm-hmm. And I have tried to pass that down to so many people because it resonated with me where it's like, yeah, that is significantly more personal hearing someone reference you. That's why we call so many people out by name. I want y'all to know we see you. Cole with your sorry ass takes, Ramsey with your
sorry poll,
with your know it all, man. Brian, we see you. Joe out there, delivery Joe, like yo, it's one of the least intimate forms of communication because you know, until recently you couldn't see us, we couldn't see you. Of course, now with the YouTube and Twitch, that's kind of, you know, brought in something a little bit different here. But I always think, man, what could we do for the next crew out there, man? And that's the stuff Kenny and myself and Jesse, that's the stuff that we work on behind the scenes every freaking day.
Yeah,
we just try to figure out, man, what's next?
Because, man, I know, man, I love the business. I love the art form. I love the content creating business. Matter of fact, I love the game. I do. Yeah. I feel like one of them ball playing dudes when I'm on the air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I leave, are the fans, are they still gonna chant my name? But I like you just mentioned, talking to Davey D and just learning different stuff. You know, I wouldn't, just because things are different, you got podcasts, you know, on radio, I wouldn't want to see the art format of it all go away. You know what I'm saying? Just because there's nobody to hand it down, you know, and we're just like we're a radio show, first and foremost.
That's right.
We're a podcast too, technically. You know what I mean? There's a podcast form. So, you know, there's other arenas that you can use your platform to. And I think there's, as much as, you know, people get into it, like you mentioned, and start going through it and say, maybe this really isn't for me. I think there's so many people that don't realize how good they are at it. Like if you just get in front of the mic and try it. Are you going to sound crazy the first time? Yeah. You're going to sound crazy the 10th time? Probably. But just keep going. Don't stop. You know what I'm saying? Until you find your groove. I was on the TV the other day. Couldn't even say Sabonis. Like those things happen.
Well, what was funny about that is too, it was the week prior where all four of us couldn't talk. We did a whole 24 minutes of all of us just stumbling through words like we had never spoken before. And like that stuff just happens, man. It's part of the game.
Yeah, learn to just kind of keep moving, keep going.
Miss shots.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, man. So yeah, we're gonna figure something out. We're gonna figure something out for sure to make sure we're keeping this thing going.
Yeah. And radio is still like when I was away from it, like I missed it. Like I missed it a lot because I love communicating with people, but really there is a certain like, man, I ain't good at anything else. I might have been good at, I don't know. I may have been good at something else, but I didn't love it the way that I love this. And I love like this industry and like the ability to communicate is so powerful. And we've learned, which are lessons we should have known from the beginning, but some people learn them the hard way. Communication and audience, that's a valuable tool. And if you take advantage of that, it could be taken away.
Yeah.
And man, I will never ever take advantage of the people who listen to this show or follow stuff on social media. Or, you know, my man Kevin was out walking with his wife this morning as I was coming back with the dogs, and he goes, "Hey, my son knows you." And there is never a point, whether it was D-Lo at KSFM or, you know, the Lowdown or D-Lo and KC, where that's not weird. It's never not so weird. Oh, like I see Kenny. I hear Jesse. I know y'all are there, but you never really know that people are there. Same thing with TV. Like I see you and Sarah and Ben, the whole deal. It's just different. Like, oh, there are people out there. That's dope.
That's crazy because we joked yesterday after my commercial break rant on what happened at the girls' CKM basketball game. And I came back and I was just genuinely like, man, congratulations to them girls. So, man, they
called into the principal's office.
And you guys were like, oh, you got a text. How you got a text? And I was like, no, I didn't get a text. I just was saying it. This morning, I got a text.
Kenny's McClatchy season tickets been taken away. Like, hey, what you doing? You ain't courtside anymore.
And actually, the text was really nice, complimentary of the show, and they listened to it, and you know, the family listens to it or whatever. But it just I forget. Like there's a good amount of people listening right now. Like I'm not just talking to Damien. I'm not just talking to the people in the chat. There's people that are listening right now on the radio, on the Odyssey app, and may listen later on the podcast and on the YouTube and things of that nature. And it's a dynamic that you kind of get lost in when we're doing this show.
And they're like, it never, like Miss P's listening in DC. You know what I mean? Like, and sometimes you can pull up podcasts and see, oh, there's podcast downloads in, you know, DC or Florida or Georgia. And it's like, word? Oh, yeah, no doubt. Big Kings fans out there, I guess, along the Eastern Seaboard, really big Kings fans.
That's when they thought they were going to Virginia Beach. They started.
That's it. Yeah, they started to dive, and then they never. I will have to check the downloads in Seattle, given the latest movement to move the Kings to Seattle again.
Seattle. We're big in Seattle. They could care less about Softy Mall or anybody. It's all D-Lo and KC in Seattle because they in here all the time.
We got to throw in a Kraken segment. We gotta make sure we make sure that we show love.
What you do, the hoop cast? We got to do a Kraken cast.
Well, you got to call it the crack cast. The crack cast. Okay. But welcome into the latest edition. We're just here discussing Kraken. So
we got to talk about Seattle University basketball.
There it is, man. There it is.
In the whack.
See, and man, look, I look at that. Like Miss P holding the East Coast down. We got Rich in the Gulf Coast. We got Dr. David.
Shout out
in Wine Country.
Yeah,
out there in Napa.
Sterling, Baltimore in here tough. We got people in Staten Island, New York.
Get a listener every once in a while in North Carolina.
North Carolina in the house. Shout out. My man Pino in Jersey. You know, he's in here a lot. So
Mitch, for God's sakes, we've got Mitch in New Jersey. Hey, Jesse, I don't suppose Mitch is still on hold, is he?
Oh, snap. He's been on hold.
Okay. Because I think Mitch called right before Frank joined us. And then it just dawned on me, you know, Mitch would be the type of guy who's still there. Like he's ready to talk some
baby,
God knows
baby
what.
Daddy, say in H-Town. Vic from
It's
London
that
was
Vic
in the
from
house.
London. That's
Absolutely,
it.
I remember that.
That's
Portland
it.
in the house. Our other guy, well, I forgot. I always forget his handle, but it's NBA Old Boy. I think it is Old Man.
Yeah, he got a YouTube channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we know even those close stay locked in. We love y'all just the same. Portland in the house. That's what's up. I didn't mean to turn this into a big love. It's just dope that like they're like it's not. It used to be. I don't know. D-Max is South Australia,
That's
boys.
right.
Like, let's go.
Somebody, Australia, because they said it was hot out there right now. I remember that day.
But
Like it's burning up. It's like 95 degrees.
That's one of the cool things that I was actually just talking to one of our bosses about today is we're not handcuffed to a radio signal anymore. Like 1140 used to talk about we're a 50,000 watt radio station and we broadcast. Like, yeah, cool. We got an app for that. Like if y'all want to listen on 1320 AM, dope, like cool. But if you're driving to Los Angeles and you don't want to miss the show, or you've hopped on a plane and you're in DC and you don't want to go to YouTube, you can go to the Odyssey app. Like you're not, radio. It's like, and I know Sarah Hodges will tell you this, Marshall will tell you this, Ben Ross will tell you that you're not a radio show host anymore. You're not a television anchor anymore. You're a multimedia journalist.
Yeah. And
they're building these new stations. They're building this new studio for us in Roseville for D-Lo and KC and ESPN 1320. And that's dope. Our first thing was, what's it going to look like visually? Because don't make it look like that thing Jesse's sitting in.
I was about to say, our first thing was, can we bring the Will Kane picture? we place for that.
Yeah, can we just for fun? We'll bring Damon Ratto and Kolsky, and like we'll bring all of Golick and Wingo and all of these shows that aren't on anymore. Let's go ahead and bring those over with us. But like it has to be a visually stimulating presentation in the studio because a big part of what we do now is visual.
Facts.
Like there were 9,000 people who watched the show the day of the trade deadline. Like that's crazy. There's 6,000 people tuned in the day Tyrese Halliburton was traded.
Yeah.
Hey, for little old D-Lo and KC, man, we'll take it.
Take that.
Like that's pretty dope. And those are people watching all over the place. So, the fact that, you could be a radio show host now and you're not handcuffed to like this radio signal that you used to be handcuffed. Oh man, I'm in Fairfield now. I'm about to lose. I'm going to lose them in 20 minutes. You don't do that no more. You just go to your iPhone or shoot. I'm old. I don't have the updated technology. People like Kenny, you just go to the app that's built into your.
I don't have it either.
You just go into the app that's built into your car and go, Odyssey, pull up 1320 AM, and you're working like that. Like Kenny got it either. I got in Kenny's car, and
I got an aux cord.
I got in Kenny's car. Liar. I got in Kenny's car, and it was like, "Would you like to join Kenny's Wi-Fi?" Like, what the hell is that? Like Kenny got Wi-Fi just in his car.
See, here goes the media again, bro. I tell you, man.
You and my sister. My sister had one of them joints. You get in. Would you like to join Serena's Wi-Fi? Like, excuse me. I mean, yeah, but you know how that works. I ain't on that level yet, but I don't know how we got here, but that's good stuff. I guess that
getting to Frank.
Yeah, thanks to Frank and thanks to y'all, man. We love y'all. We appreciate you. And Frank asked, for those that weren't with us, for those that are listening, Frank asked during the commercial break, right whereas we were saying goodbye, he's like, "Hey, how are we gonna fix the Kings?" I was like, Frank.
Wow.
Oh, like Frank, you want to talk about fixing the Kings? We bring it back in the dungeon on Sunday nights because that sure as hell ain't gonna work for a once a week segment. That ain't gonna work for a one-off appearance. You want to fix the Kings, Frank? We've got some sitting down and some talking to do.
Monty might have done it though. Monty might have started the process.
He might have.
I hope so.
He might have. One more quick note on Frank. I tagged Sean Cunningham and said there's a lot of love being shown for Sean Cunningham and JD Dickinson. Sean just hit us back. I need to hit the podcast and hear this later. Loved working alongside Frank Red. So many memories from that show and the show off the air with countless conversations we'd have every weekend. Another one here from Happy Fox. That's not his tag. That's just his name on Twitter. It's Happy Fox. No way this can be the last time on D-Lo and KC. Need a whole week guest spot from Frank Red. Great show, y'all. Big up to D-Lo and KC for having Frank on the show. This is me listening to the show, and it's Morgan Freeman clapping. Gifts might be one of the greatest inventions ever.
Oh man, I love the gifts. You know, I love I like the videos too. You know, taking the gift and bring it into the video where you know you got sound now and everything. Did you see the one yesterday?
Josiah,
what he did with Biggie at KML?
Yeah. Yes.
But it was Kanye. I had never seen that clip before.
Yeah. Biggie, Kanye's sound man was having a rough night. Josiah posted a clip of Biggie at the KMEL Summer Jam throwing a water bottle at his DJ after messing up the Computer Love. I don't even think I probably could say the name of the song, but I'll pass. It's a Computer Love remix to one of Biggie's tracks from Ready to Die. And he messed up and let the song play, and Biggie turned around and chucked a water bottle at him.
I had never seen so many times, yo. It's really crazy to me. I've seen the artists get so mad at the sound man so many times at concerts. Like, not just, hey, come on, can we get it together? No, they get hot. I was at a Lil Wayne concert. He slammed the mic down on the floor and said, "Everybody, say F the sound man." Oh, come on, that's unnecessary. But these people be getting mad at the sound guy. Like, man.
Were you at the Biggie show where he got booed here?
I was like,
oh, you were. Oh. Jesse, were you born with? Never mind. Forget it. Because I actually just quick math in my head. I don't think he was. Jesse was not born when Biggie did that show at Arco and was booed.
No, I was about to say
there's no way. I was in high school. You might have you might not have hit a no. Biggie died in March of '97.
Yeah, no, I think he.
So yeah, no, you weren't born yet because that concert was '95 or '96.
With the story where E40 came and saved him.
Yeah. E40. Oh man.
That was crazy though that happened in Sacramento though. That's why
he was booed, like big time booed.
I would have never booed Biggie. Come on, man. Biggie Small.
That was a wild. Like, did you see the clip that circulated today? The we got to get, what's my man's name? Is it Jamal? What? No, isn't Jamal Tinsley's a basketball player.
Yeah.
I think he's a writer at the Undefeated. He's
Tinsley. I know what you're talking about.
I think his last name is Tinsley. I'm missing his first name, but he tweeted out a Justin. I was close. Justin Tinsley. Yeah. He's doing a book on Biggie called "It Was All a Dream." That's gonna drop in May. But he tweeted out a video of Puff and Snoop on the Steve Harvey show.
I remember that
in 1997, and and the only thing I could think of as I was watching it was, "Yo, is the Steve Harvey show streaming anywhere?"
That's a good question. I don't think it is.
How is Moesha on, but like the Steve Harvey show isn't?
Well, I'm not sure I like the way you said that. By the way,
Steve Harvey show was better. Come on, man, that's Steve Hightower. When the funk hits the fan,
Steve Harvey show is damn good, but I just don't like the way you said Moesha. Like, it's a damn good show.
It was fine.
No,
Moesha was
damn
fine.
good show.
It was fine. It was fine. I love that the two characters in the show were Steve Hightower and Cedric. Like they really just ventured outside their comfort zone with this show right here. But I saw that clip. I was like, wow. It's a terrible clip. Like he must have recorded it off of God knows what, but it's. I'll retweet it now.
I think they did a press conference after that. Puffy and Snoop did a
Steve Harvey been bringing folks together for a minute, man. For a minute, we'll step out. We'll regroup. We'll get centered back here. We'll talk Kings basketball. Actually, we have to get centered. James is about to join us.
Yeah.
Also, we got to talk about this JJ Redick thing. And we got to talk about the war. the war that is brewing in Southern California. At least that's how I read it. That's coming up next here on D-Lo and KC.
Oh man, let me slide real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't ever want to get up at the same time. Break. Your boy needs his juice. It's all bad. Yeah, I remember hearing Steve's radio show after that, man. That was tough. I'm getting a call from Greenwich, Connecticut. It's got to be Triple H, right? Triple H or Stephanie? Eat biz. Get to eat biz. I saw that IG post that he grew a goat. Did he? So he didn't shave it after all? Okay. This dude just hit me and said that Biggie concert wasn't at Arco. Where the hell was it then? That concert was absolutely at Arco. What's this dude talking about? I don't mind being wrong. I hate when people tell me I'm wrong and I'm not. There's no way that show wasn't at Cal Expo. That's the only other place it could have possibly have been. Jason, I go at 2:15. Kenny goes at 2:45. We do the same thing every day. I just didn't go at 2:15 because Frank was still here. So trust me, I gotta go. But I know KC does too, and it's my fault that I didn't get up. So it's just gonna have to wait. That was absolutely at Arco when I feel like he was booed singing "Who Shot Ya." I swear. Cal Expo? Are you sure? Wow. Man, I thought for sure it was Arco. All right. I'll take it. Cal Expo. Yep, there it is. 19. So who was the rest of that show? Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Remember that jersey. I remember that jersey. I think that was 95, though. So 94, 95. I think that was 95.
Cal Expo better than Arco.
Yeah, no, well, the Biggie, the concert where Biggie did "Who Shot Ya" and was booed was at
a club?
Cal X. No, it was Cal Expo. I thought it was at Arco. I swore it was at Arco. But I guess not. I'm trying to remember who was there besides all the.
Well, see, that's where stories get all conflated because the E40 story.
The setup concert is fake.
Oh,
that's
the
not
setup
a real
concert.
story. Yeah, that's fake. But E40 had to have been at that show.
At the Cal Expo one?
I guess.
Oh, yeah. Now I'll be there. That's some good stuff. It's going to be a busy. That's right after the Rick Ross weekend. Wow. I'll be there getting my R&B groove on. Everybody, Rice just beat Houston Baptist in college baseball, by the way.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm still flustered. Someone said that the Biggie incident was at Cal Expo. I do not remember that concert being at Cal Expo. I swore it was at Arco, but I could be mixing up. I remember Cube and who would have? It was Cube. I think Brother Lynch was there. It was the day of Eazy-E's funeral.
What?
That was definitely at Arco.
Wow.
And it was weird because Cube stopped he stopped and talked about Eazy and everything that went on.
Mm-hmm.
And then he closed with Bop Gun. And that, though, do you remember the song Bop Gun?
I'm trying to think of it right now.
It's just basically a lift of
nation.
Yeah.
It
was just weird because he literally stopped and talked about his love for Eazy and how he they squashed everything and he loves them and he misses them and then he went into it was just weird. He just went into Bop Gun after that. And that's how the show ended because for those who had the Lethal Injection album, that Bop Gun 25 minutes long.
Yeah.
He did all 25 minutes of Bop Gun after talking about Eazy.
Hit you with the Bop Gun.
I guess perhaps the Who Shot You incident was at Cal Expo, but
I didn't go to too many concerts.
Bad recollection.
Neither
did I.
I did.
It used to be the home of the spring jams and all of that stuff.
Yeah. I saw Kanye there. Kanye, Rihanna, Lupe Fiasco. What was it called? The Glow in the Dark tour or something?
Yeah.
Woo-hoo-hoo. The stuff. Right?
Yeah, that was heat. That was heat. Oh, that was bad.
Saw an R&B artist at Arco.
So did I. Well, my tragic story. When people ask you what's your first concert, mine is tragically is that R&B artist. It was supposed to be, if I remember correctly, it was that R&B artist, Aaliyah, Heavy D and the Boys, or maybe it was just Heavy D at the time. And I don't remember if there was one other person. Prior to that show, I think it was a Bud Light something. Yeah. They said Aaliyah had been taken off the show because it was sponsored by an alcohol company. I'm beginning to think that wasn't true. I think Aaliyah may have been taken off for different reasons. So I missed my chance to see Aaliyah because, well, you know why.
Yeah.
So that's my first concert.
If I saw Aaliyah or not.
That was 12 play too, though. That wasn't even deep into the catalog. That was 12 play.
Ooh. Yeah, I was deep in the catalog.
That particular artist.
Might have saw him 3 times.
So you're more guilty than I am. I went before I knew any better. You went after you already knew. That's your fault. That's your fault.
It's not like I went and saw Cosby as a valedictorian or something like that.
Yeah. You know what the problem is with you black people. Dude, that's why, by the way, for those who haven't seen the documentary, that's an actual sentence that he utters in the show, in that speech. It's like, hey, oh, what? Oh, dear. Bill. Goodness gracious. The early 2000s is wild.
It was wild.
Everybody, there's literal video of R. Kelly. It's him. There's R. Kelly with someone who had to be and I don't know, man.
And he got arrested 2 years ago.
Yeah, but Ignition's pretty hot. That's how those are how the conversations went. This was the rule. We're gonna play the song. You never mention who sings it. Just play it and shut the F up. That was the rule. Don't front sell the song. Don't back sell the song. play it and keep it moving.
Come on, man. Step in the Name of Love. Do the remix.
See, that was the problem. The whole album was hot. And then all of a sudden you're playing 4 songs from the album. And it's like, yo, we got 4 songs from this dude on the radio. We're just going to pretend like we're not, like we don't know what's going, like it's the hottest selling DVD on the planet, by the way.
Ooh.
R. Kelly talking about it's not me. Like, dog, that's your bump and grind platinum record in the back. What are you talking about?
Your Soul Train Award.
Like, what are you doing? And just turned away from it. No, as long as the records are hot.
I'm telling you, Step in the Name of Love came out.
This is crazy.
Forgot about everything.
It is, man. You know what? Oh, man. That is so sad to think about. 916-349-1320. Let's get shit. E-Biz is here. E-Biz, what's happening, baby?
E-Biz.
Man, what's cracking, man? My first concert was MC Hammer. I'll tell you guys
Let's
that.
go. See, that's one to be proud of.
Yeah.
That's one to be. You don't have to tiptoe around going to an MC Hammer concert. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, mama. Real talk. So this is why I wanted to call. So, I'm up here at the house. I just made some buffalo chicken macaroni and cheese.
Okay, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, so I was listening. I was like, D-Lo talking about how happy he is on the radio. And check this out, all right, man. When I first met you back in 2006, I was scared to talk to you because, like, how you were on doing the morning show, and the morning show was just, like, super cracking, and it was like you were always busy, and, like, I just talked to, like, everybody else, but, like, you were the one that was hard to get in contact with. But when I finally got in contact with you, I'm like, man, he's hella cool. Like, I ended up telling all my friends. I was like, I could never talk to him. And I was like, he always walked by hella quick. And I was like, I finally got to talk to him. I'm like, man, he's hella cool, man. So, I just want to tell you, bro, man, keep up with everything you're doing, bro. And, like, real talk, man, first of all, man, both of you guys, man, you too, Casey and D-Lo, man, I like you guys. I hate sports radio. But I'm up over here. I'm always listening to you guys. Especially when I was sick, I was watching you guys on my TV.
Hey, that's love. That's love, bro. That's love.
Man. So I just wanted to call.
After that, you guys got the wrong guy when you're talking about security keeping you from coming to talk to KC. It's D-Lo, obviously. The security will whisk you away in a heartbeat. You try and come talk to D-Lo.
Ain't nobody believe that at all.
Just wait till we get in the studio. I'm gonna try and talk to my partner, and I'm gonna need an appointment.
Ain't nobody, no one buys this story, right? Because I'm not.
Treat me like Luca.
What's that? What's Luca treated
when I
like?
try to come talk to you, you're Luca. I'm everybody else. Get this peasant away from me! How dare you breathe the same oxygen as I?
You going to the game tomorrow?
I'm be in the building.
Okay.
Just got a hall pass. I just got the okay to go.
Can I come down and say hi to you, or should I just shoot you a text like, hey, I'm here. I'm up in the concourse, like with the rest of the crew. Mark's here. Mark, can you come up and take a picture with us? So I'll just shoot you a text. Or I'll text your security and see if you can come up.
Come down to the assembly lounge.
Most of the time, if E-Biz told me, I was probably tired. You get into that studio at 4:30 in the morning. I was probably a zombie by the time E-Biz got there.
I know. That's not my bag getting up that early.
I
pull up to the assembly lounge though, man. Come on, pull up. Have some of their.
I don't know that they let me in there. I can get into the press lounge where I get water. I don't know that they let me in there though, bro. We'll find out. If I get thrown out, though, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, man, come here with Kenny."
They gonna throw me out for not having you in there more.
No one buys this. No one believes you. Everybody knows you're the.
You guys heard E-Biz. You couldn't even talk to Davion.
You're the golden. No, E-Biz said he wouldn't talk to me. That's what I actually got beef with E-Biz now. Like, what I do that you won't speak to me? Shoot, I ain't nobody. Especially I ain't nobody now. I was really nobody back then. I was just in there trying to do a job I was probably not qualified for, man. That's all it was.
Yeah. But to your point, Kings are back home tomorrow. Kings are back. Basketball, man. We got 9 of these left?
Yeah. And 9 at the Golden One Center. That's it. Man. That's it. Yeah. And by the way, I really do encourage everybody to go to the game tomorrow for multiple reasons. One, it's HBCU Unite. What exactly that means, I'm not sure. We're all going to find out together, but I'm excited for it. Two, you ain't going to see one for a while. Despite the fact that, the basketball's back, they leaving. They got a 5-game, I think, kind of 10-day road trip immediately. Man, so if y'all want a Kings fix, they've got the Nuggets, Thunder, Pelicans, Spurs, Mavs coming up following the game tomorrow. So I just want to I want to just let's get off to a good start, man. Can we get some feel goods? I thought we would have some feel goods if they were able to get a solid run headed into the break. I knew the Chicago game was going to be tough. The Brooklyn game was, not what any of us hoped. But again, I'm gonna stall them out a little bit. Brooklyn was just desperate to get in the win column. Of course, they were really bad that game, but Brooklyn was desperate to get into the win column. Yo, give us a feel good. Let's just have a little moment here. All right, we got to win here at home against DeMarcus Cousins and the Denver Nuggets. Let's go out there and because you're going to have to play him again in a couple days.
Yeah, and that one's going to be on the road.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about at the start of the show, you don't want to start off losing both games. I think you should want to get this first one at home as opposed to losing it and then saying, well, to split, we got to beat them in Denver. Wouldn't want to do that.
Sacramento a little bit different than Denver. Have you ever been to Denver? Have you ever been in a place where they talk about the altitude and how different it is?
No, I haven't. I thought you were about to talk about their demonic airport. I've been there one time.
Yeah, their airport is frustrating.
Frustrating as in demonic, allegedly.
Are you saying it's literally possessed? Like you saw devils there?
No, that's notorious. The Denver airport is haunted / demonic. They have this crazy looking horse as a statue. No, they'll get in the chat. They'll tell you Denver airport is really for real. You don't want to be there after hours. You don't want no layover flight over there.
I've been to Denver. I've been to the Denver airport many times. I don't know that I knew all of this. But that's interesting.
Yeah,
it's dawning on me now that it's 3:00. Oh, there he is. I started to fear. I don't know if I told James we're doing the show today, and I know that he was at practice. You're listening to D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ 832 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. But of course, our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, is here, rocking that Kings Beat merch. James, were you able to step away from basketball for a couple of days?
I mean, I wrote all weekend, but I was able to step away. I didn't watch any of the All-Star Game festivities.
Woo, missed out.
Yeah. Once you've gone a couple of times. Yeah, once you've gone a couple of times, I really don't think that the allure of it is gone. I think it's something I would have liked to have taken my son to when he was younger. Even now, he would still appreciate it. My 18-year-old, he would still appreciate it. But to watch it on TV, I just you've seen how the sausage is made, so yeah, so it's a little different, but.
There's a lot of truth to that. Once it's one of those things. I've been to that. I've been to the Grammys. I've been to some cool award shows. It's very cool to have on your resume. You don't need to go twice.
Yeah.
You really don't need to do it a second time.
Yeah. Years ago, I was in Siena, Italy, and went to the Palio, which is a bareback horse race around the city square. And they bring in the same dirt every year for centuries. And they cover the city square in this dirt, and then they scrape it all up, and then there's contradas, like little villages within the city that they all bid on the best riders, and it's random which horse you get. Anyway, it's a major cultural thing in Siena, and it's kind of like running with the bulls. Once you do it, I was at the finish line, horse won. I think he'd thrown his rider, so it was just the horse that came around. And then all these crazy Italian people jump the fence and run out in front of the horses that are all flying through at like breakneck speed. And I'm watching this thing unfold, and just like people are crying, and like it's this emotional thing. It's like, yep, I did it. I'm not doing this again. So it's one of those things where you're like, okay, yeah, that was really cool. I'm good.
Yeah,
different cultures.
Yeah, I don't know if I need that one time. I don't know if I need that one time.
Good. That and the running with the bulls, you're good.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I haven't done running with the bulls, but I mean,
would you?
I probably. Well, there was a time where I was fast, but like now it's like I could just see myself like
bad back. James Ham is not running with the bulls.
No. If I got hit by a bull, like it's all over. Like
if I got hit by a bull, it's all over. I don't even have a back injury. It's all over anybody. I don't want no problem with them dudes.
But I think you could probably run away. I don't think I could run away at this point. Maybe I could. I mean, like adrenaline pumping, like you deal with it later. Like the back injury would hit like 20 minutes later when the adrenaline was gone, and you're like, oh no, that doesn't feel good. But at least I can say I ran with the bulls.
Now at that point, you're just wishing you were dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Back injury, it would have just been better to let one of them things spear me, because this is awful.
Yeah, I like to travel. Like my wife and I, we've traveled a lot together, and like again, like the All-Star game is once you go, like, do I need to go again? Like I'm going to the Final Four this year. In New Orleans, and New Orleans, I'm going. I love New Orleans. I've been to New Orleans, I think 3 times now. It's an amazing city. It's a lot of fun. It's not somewhere I would keep going back to all the time, but for a getaway, that's fun. But to go to the Final Four, we had some friends who won the lottery, and so I'm going as a fan. I'm not even going. Like I can do a hit from there, and I'm gonna write it off.
So, to clarify, they won the lottery, like a ticket lottery, or like a lottery? Oh, okay.
No. So the
because I had some business proposals I wanted to present to your friend. A different lottery.
Yeah. No, like when you're for the Final Four and for like the Super Bowl, they have lotteries that you're in, and you can be in it for years and not win. And I think they were in the Final Four lottery for like 5 or 6 years, and they finally hit it. And so, it should be fun. I'm excited to go. I've been to like the tournament a couple of times in Sacramento, both at Arco and at Golden One. But I haven't been to like the event, the Saturday night, the 2 games on Saturday and then the game on Monday. So I'm excited.
Yeah, that's really cool. I want to check that out one time. I kind of hate that they're in the domes now, for those games. I think you can get the energy, in a building or an arena a little better than the domes, but it's still something on the bucket list. Yeah, I got to check out the Final Four.
Yeah, I would like to go to the Super Bowl too. Like I've been to plenty of like playoff games in baseball and plenty of basketball playoffs. I mean, like I'm lucky enough. I've been in 2 winning locker rooms in the NBA in the NBA finals. Like up above me hiding, I have corks from the locker room. I think we've talked about that, but yeah, like being in a winning locker room during something like that is crazy. And that's just, that's part of the job. You get to do stuff like that, but I haven't been to a Super Bowl. And I haven't, like there are a few more things on my bucket list. I'd like to go to every baseball stadium.
Speaking of winning locker rooms, with 22 games left in the season, how much winning will the Sacramento Kings do down the stretch? That's something we've talked a lot about today, and we'll probably talk a lot about tomorrow as well. What do you think their approach is the final 22 games of the season?
I think they're going for it. Like, I don't know if they can get there. Like, I broke it down for my Sunday musings. Just the path there is pretty difficult, but like, why not? Like, we talked to Fox today. We talked to Sabonis last night. Like, their intention is like, let's build some chemistry. Let's get this thing rolling so we're ready for next year. But in the back of their mind, everyone is looking at it going, Jusuf Nurkic just went out for a month at least with plantar fasciitis. Like clearly, Portland wants no part of that 10th seed, and they're the leader in the clubhouse right now. And then you're looking at teams like maybe New Orleans wants to fight for it, but they're not that far ahead of you. And the Spurs are always competitive, but again, they would prefer to have a draft pick. It's just an interesting way that this season's going to play out, because even if you somehow make it into the 10th seed, I actually think you got a shot, like, because the two teams that are going to be, that are right now the 8 and the 9, are the Clippers and the Lakers. And like, neither one of those teams fully scare me right now. So like, I think, why not, really? Because even if you do make it to the 10th seed, and you don't go further than that, then your standings are locked after 82 games. So you can still be like the number 8 pick going into the lottery and make the 10th seed, which is kind of strange. But there are a lot of better teams in the Eastern Conference this year that this switchovers happen. So yeah, like I kind of get this vibe, like they're strangely confident. Not that they're gonna go get it, but they're strangely confident that that they can, at least, that they are building for something, and that the vibe is different and the basketball intelligence is different. And I think they're excited. I think guys like Fox and Sabonis are excited about what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they are going to go for it. I think that I think they got a shot. We did a poll the other day about what are the chances that they make the play in, and it's not a, in my opinion, it's not a huge shot, a very high percentage, but I got them at around 25%. I know Davion said maybe 35%, but I think they could do it. I look at, we project wins and games all the time. I don't necessarily want to do that, but I think that the way this team has shown that they can play in the 4 games, are they a player away from being like a true playoff team? Absolutely. But being able to play good down the stretch and play some 500 ball or close to it, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility for this group. And I think they probably, feel the same way after listening to you talk about what the vibe was at practice.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good thing is they're heading into the stretch run mostly healthy. Terrence Davis is, of course, out for the season. But like Jeremy Lamb's back at practice, and Davion Mitchell's back at practice. Like, this is an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to grow and to learn and to be in competition late in the season, which the Kings haven't been for a long time. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that, because they have actually made a run the last couple of years and just come up short. But I also, like, when you really break down the numbers, they have, I think it's the 6th most difficult schedule left in the league. And New Orleans has the 5th most difficult. So those are your 2 teams that you should really be looking at. And I think the win percentage against is like 509 and 507 or something like that. And then San Antonio's like 507 against, or 503 against. And so they're down at number 15. But then the Trailblazers have the 28th easiest schedule. Like, it's flat out easy. Yeah, so if they want to make it, they've got a really, really good shot, but they don't. I mean, it's clear they don't. And so, and it really could hurt them if they do, because they have not only their own pick, but they also have New Orleans pick in this year's draft. So New Orleans pick is, I think it's top 4 protected and 15 through 30 protected. So if it goes anywhere from 5 to 14, it's their pick. And so really interesting that, like, they have an opportunity here to load up and be pretty solid like next year, but the worse they are, the better it is for them.
That's interesting. There's a lot more we want to talk about, James, including Davion Mitchell's return to practice. What you think his role will be moving forward. We want to talk a little bit about, we've talked a lot about the coaching staff today and Alvin Gentry. We'll dive into all of those things with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, with us here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, guys, I need a minute. Go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves.
What's interesting, James, is I think this is a super long shot. I don't think this happens. But the Lakers, if you look at their remaining schedule, it's pretty tough because they have you're probably familiar with this, the NBA, obviously they start to ramp up with Sunday games, Saturday primetime games after football season is over. And obviously the Lakers are one of the, top flight franchises. So they kind of front load the Lakers schedule at the beginning part of the season so you can save the, Lakers versus Warriors or Lakers versus Maverick. Like their March is kind of tough. And that team is not good. Anthony Davis is down. Is there a world where they fall out?
Yeah, I'm literally, while you asked me that, I swear I did the math on this the other day, and New Orleans has the 8th at 510, most difficult. The Kings are at 9th at 509. The Lakers have the 3rd most difficult schedule at 538. They still have 2 games against the Suns, 2 games against the Warriors, a game against Utah and Philadelphia. They have a game against the Cavs. They got 2 against the Mavs. They do have some easy ones, but even their easy ones, I'm not sure that their easy ones are as easy because they only have 1 against Houston, 1 against OKC, 1 against the Spurs, but 3 against New Orleans, and New Orleans isn't given in yet.
Right.
And you got 2 against Washington, which is a hot mess, but 2 against the Clippers.
Yeah, they play Philly. They play Cleveland.
Yeah. So, and then you go down to Portland. Portland has a 29th. They're at 456. And, they do have a lot of teams that are cashing it in. And I think the Kings do too.
Antonio, 2 against Houston. I think they got Portland, but they, like you said, they don't want it. They want no parts of this 10 spot.
Yeah. So the Kings still have, they've got 1 against Orlando, 2 against Houston, 1 against OKC, 1 against the Pacers, 1 against the Spurs, 2 against New Orleans. They also have 2 against the Suns, but again, the Suns are going to play without Chris Paul.
Right. And one of the last Suns game is the last game of the season. So
yeah,
like, nobody's.
That's a gimme.
Suns.
Yeah, that's a toss up. And I think they have a game against Golden State late too, don't they?
I think it's the one before the last home game of the season. I think is.
Yeah, and I think that might be the game that I miss to go to the Final Four. But the Kings still have the Heat, the Bulls, 1 more game against the Jazz, and 1 more against the Bucks. I had them winning, like when I went through and looked, I think they can get 10, maybe 12. Like
sounds crazy, Dan. I did this same practice with 25 games left. I had them at 14 and 11.
Okay.
Yeah. They've already lost 1 of the games I thought they could win, though. The
Brooklyn game? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have a couple of stinkers, but I also think that they're going to shock a couple of teams. It really, to me, like you almost have to split these games with Denver. Like, in order to give yourself any chance, because if not, you're adding to your loss total, right? Mm-hmm. And that's where we're looking at now. We're looking at your loss total and the standings right now. That's where the Lakers kind of have a leg up on teams like the Kings. While they're up on the Kings with 22 games left, it's really tough to make up 7 games in the loss column.
Right.
And so right now the Kings are 4 games behind the Trailblazers in the loss column, but they're only 2 games behind the Spurs and the Pelicans, and they play both of those teams. So yeah, I think it should be fun to watch. To be honest with you, like there's no reason why the Kings can't at least make this interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And while
hang on, James, sorry, we're coming back. Live on the Odyssey app, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Facebook Live as well. You can check us out across those platforms. Hit the thumbs up as we welcome in 1320 Kings insider James Ham, James Kinney, having a discussion over the commercial break about the upcoming schedule and how achievable the 10th spot might be. And based on what you just said a few minutes ago, James, about the Portland Trailblazers, some of these other teams, it feels like it really just boils down to, in terms of teams that want it, it's probably the Pelicans and the Kings.
Yeah, that's what I would look at. I think it's the Pelicans and the Kings. I mean, the Pelicans made the CJ McCollum move specifically to try to go for it, but I think it was with the hopes that Zion would play. And now I think we're in a weird position there where they could be distracted the whole way down the stretch here. And that's, I mean, for the Kings, that's a good thing. And look, the Spurs are never going to cash it in. That's just not who they are. So even though they don't have a bunch of talent, they did make some moves at the deadline to take away talent to get worse. So yeah, I'm kind of in the mode where like give me like 8 games here, 10 games, and I think we'll know if this team's got a shot. They really have to start playing like really good basketball. And Alvin talked about it. Like even though they lost to the Bulls, he's like, we played some really good basketball. We just lost to a team that's red hot and a player that's red hot, and we lost by 7 points. So yeah, I kind of dig like just the overall vibe where I don't think that they have a bunch of pressure on them, but they also know that like they have an opportunity to really kind of start building for next season. And we'll go back to the Suns in the bubble, who went 8-0 in the bubble, and they were so bad the previous like 66 games that they went 8-0 in the bubble and still didn't make the play-in. So that tells you how bad they had no business being there at all in the bubble. But look what happens the next year. They go wild, right? The next year. And that's what I think if you're the Kings, you're looking at. You're like, okay, how do we get this thing going in a way that even if we lose some tough ones down the stretch, we at least know that we're building something and we're at least getting chemistry with major pieces that are going to be here going forward. And I think we're paring down who's going to be here pretty quickly. It's a pretty small list that's going to be in Sacramento after this season. But still, like guys like Mo Harkless should still be on the roster next season. And if you're looking at your basic core, it's now totally different. And so they got to get it right. They got to start building something and start figuring something out right now. And so they are going in with some momentum, even if it's a different coach, even if it's different everything. They need to start building something because again, like Fox and Sabonis and probably Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, Dante DiVincenzo, like those guys are going to be here next season, and they need to start building what should be some interesting chemistry.
Hey, can I mention something real quick, KC? Because if I don't mention it, I never will. And I've teased like 3 times that there's a war brewing in Southern California. Apparently, according to The Athletic, Rob Pelinka and LeBron James have taken the first steps to declare war against one another, which I bring that up because, one, it was supposed to be a longer topic of conversation today, but Kenny and I got to talking about ourselves for an hour. And the Kings getting into a play-in matchup against the Lakers doesn't necessarily scare me, especially when you're at that stage of the season where LeBron's like, this is stupid. This is dumb. Get me out. Where am I going to play next? Like, get me out of here. This is terrible.
Yeah.
And who knows if Frank Vogel is still employed at that point? Like, it's just all sorts of stuff that, like, if the Kings got there, it's not insane to think, yeah, they won a couple of games against the Lakers.
Or if they win a game against the Lakers, they're going to win a game against the Clippers that, who knows what they're going to look like by that point too. Then all of a sudden you're the 8th seed. And then, again, all bets are off. What if Chris Paul isn't the same? Well, you don't even know who the number 1 seed's going to be at this point because of Chris Paul's injury.
It's still Phoenix. It's too many games. It's like 6.5 games. Like they're not that bad that they're going to lose Chris Paul and then just. I mean, that's epic. Like that's an epic collapse over 20. I think for them it was 24 games.
Have you seen that? Like Memphis is storming. Memphis is like a game and a half behind.
They're
Golden
coming
State.
for Golden State. Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
Nobody can beat the Blazers. Not even Memphis.
Yeah.
Makes
it's
no
just totally bizarre. But the Blazers thing is totally bizarre.
Yeah.
So. But you get a bunch of tryhards. This is what happens, right?
Yeah. To that Lakers point, Damien, we talked about it during the break, myself and James. I mean, I'm not putting any money on this. I'm not saying this is going to happen. But there's this weird, not really weird, but, the NBA really starts to ramp up their national broadcast and their Saturday night and Sunday games after football season is over. Well, one of the bigger franchises, if not the biggest franchise in the league, is the Lakers. So what they do is the Lakers, I don't want to say they have a cake schedule during football season, but once football season's over, your end of February's or March's, that's when they ramp up. Oh, Lakers versus Luka or Lakers versus Warriors, or that March is crazy for the Lakers, and they're not good.
No,
No, they're not.
They're not good. Like their schedule is not good to finish this season out. And I don't know what might happen there.
Yeah, the Lakers have a 538 win percentage against. Like they have the third most difficult schedule in the league behind the Bucks and the Bulls. So, and you're right. It's the Bucks, the Bulls, the Lakers, the Knicks, the Jazz. Those are the most difficult. Minnesota, Golden State. Those are your top 7 most difficult schedules. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I don't know. Kings might not be playing the Lakers in the play-in at all.
Yeah, well, and I'll say this too. Like,
They might not be playing them at all. They might knock them out.
2 or 3 weeks ago, like it was like
that would be
back-
better than advancing to the playoffs. If you knock the Lakers out of play-in contention, that would be better than getting to the playoffs.
I agree. But again, like 2 weeks ago, like all we could hear was like that annoying backup sound, you know, that when a truck is in reverse, like beep beep. That's what it felt like. If the Kings made the play-in, it was some epic back end that no one else wanted it, and you want it because you haven't been there forever. And that's just not the feeling I get anymore. Like you now have changed the franchise completely. We get a fresh start. We get a fresh start with longer defenders and a centerpiece and Sabonis and smarter players all over the court. Like, is this team, does it have holes? Oh, of course it has holes. But I think you can get through, especially if, like, say, what if Rashawn Holmes becomes really good down the stretch and you're able to steal a few minutes at the power forward spot with him and Sabonis, and those guys play together a little bit, but even like the 15 to 18 minutes he's going to get, he's really good. You know, what if DiVincenzo during the break has really worked on his three-point shot and he's got his legs underneath him with a little bit of extra time off, and all of a sudden he's coming out firing? What if De'Aaron Fox averages, you know, I think he'll probably average between like 26 and 30 between here and the end of the season. I mean, he's averaging 28 over his last 5.
I know, but man, can you imagine if Fox put up 30 to end the season, 30 a night for the last 22? Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, that's where he's set up to go. And if you get a couple of play sets with these guys that utilize the skill set right, I think you really can start building something. Like today at practice, they're really working on Sabonis in the post. Man, he was beating down my dude Doug. They had Doug playing defense on him in the post, and Sabonis slamming into him. You see Doug over there like moving his shoulder around, like, oh my goodness,
Get
like,
that seaweed bath ready.
Yeah, I just got hit by
seaweed bath ready.
the salts. Get the salts and the seaweed. Yeah. So look, I think that this team, like, they have a good spirit about them, and could that spirit get just dissolved completely in the next couple of days when they play a really good Nuggets team? Sure, but
Marcus Cousins in the Denver Nuggets, by the way.
yeah, and Jokic in the Denver, Denver Nuggets. Michael Malone,
Details.
there's some good stuff there that's going to come up here in the next couple of days, and I want to see how this team responds. You know, and I also, like, a name I'm going to keep mentioning is David Adelman. Like, keep your eye on David Adelman over there on that Nuggets bench. He's moved up. He's a lead assistant for Denver. And, you know, number one, Michael Malone preaches defense, but also, if I'm the Kings and I'm looking for our new head coach this summer, number one, the pedigree is there. The name is there, with it being Rick Adelman's son.
Oh, that's dangerous, don't you think?
No, I don't know, because he's been a coach for a long time. And then on top of that, I like the fact that he's been in a system that has a gigantic big man that is the center of the universe. And that's what the Kings are going into. You know, they need to go into an era where they have a coach that understands how to utilize a big man. And to me, that's a good thing. Like, so he's intriguing to me. I'm not saying he's the odds-on favorite. I'm saying, this is a lead assistant on a very, very good team, and he's got a shot to be a head coach, and he makes a lot of sense on a lot of different levels.
Hey, James, we were talking about this earlier at length. In your opinion, what would Alvin Gentry have to do to keep this job if he wanted it?
Man, like in this situation where you're so far under 500, you're 16 games under 500 right now. I don't think the play-in can be the difference. Like, I think it would have to be like a play-off spot, or everyone just falls in love with what's happening on the court. Like, the basketball is so good that you're like, oh wow, this is. Not only did Sabonis unlock De'Aaron Fox, but Sabonis unlocked Alvin Gentry. I think that's where we could get to a point where it's just the continuity. You have to keep the continuity because they're playing so well and it makes so much sense. But like, we're a long ways away from that. And in 22 games, he's got a lot of ground to make up. And I don't know that like he's on the chopping block for sure or anything else, but I do know that he's an interim. And they kept the interim tag. They didn't give him the full-time job. And I know he wanted a 3-year contract, and they said no. And I also know that Monty McNair, after swinging for the fences and landing Sabonis, has put himself in a situation where I believe he should be allowed to hire his own coach. And whoever that is, I don't know who it is, but yeah, that's what I would be looking at. Like, he should be allowed to really figure out who it is that makes sense for him as a general manager that he thinks he can work with, and then go from there.
And that's got to be such a tough position for Alvin, because I got to imagine he knows he has to move mountains to be the head coach next year. And you're almost playing with the sense of, in Alvin Gentry's case, you're almost coaching with the sense of, I'm just focused in on these guys. I'm going to do my best with these guys, knowing that the day after the season's over, James Ham's probably going to tweet something about me not having a job anymore.
I'll tweet it one way or another. Like,
well, that's true.
I don't know which way it will
true.
Go. Yeah. I'm not gonna say one way or another what I totally think is gonna happen, but I think he's in an uphill battle and he knows that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think that everyone around Sacramento knows that. So what you don't want to see is this thing, the wheels completely fall off the bus like they did from game like 15 to 45. We don't want to see that again. We're kind of done with seeing this thing completely fall apart where this team just shows no fire and no spirit, and then that would be like an instant, like, you're out of here. You can't be here anymore.
And I don't have an issue with him being a candidate either. Like if you're, I mean, unless Monty just knows, like, look, Alvin, this job isn't for you. I have no issue if it becomes Alvin. Like, look, you were made the interim head coach, but we've got to have some. We want to talk to Adelman. We want to talk to Vanderpool or Kenny Atkinson or whoever.
Atkinson, yeah.
You're part of the process, but we've got to go through the process first, because we didn't go through the process with you. You were here, and we had to make you the coach. So we've got to take it a step further.
That, and they didn't go through the process last time either. When it came to Luke, they didn't go through the process, and like, we've talked about that, but like, Vlade went through the process before the Jaeger situation, and brought in like 8 coaches that were not named Dave Jaeger. And then all of a sudden Dave Jaeger became available on a Friday and was in Sacramento on a Saturday. And by Sunday morning had a new contract. That's how it went, like, really quickly. So like, look, I think,
and so just cause we're here, can you elaborate on that like a little bit further, or at least what you're aware of? Did Dave Jaeger become available, I don't know, after he spoke to somebody who lives in the capital of California?
No, I think, first of all, Dave was one of the lowest paid coaches in the league at that point, and they had gone to Memphis and said, "Hey, like, we need a bump." And Memphis said no, and they said, "Okay, well then we'd like to leave." And so they worked a way to get Jaeger out with the understanding that there might be a couple of coaching jobs that were available right then. One specifically that would probably take him on pretty quickly. So yeah, I mean, when you look at head coaches, there's only a very small group of sorry, my train of thought. I just got a text from somebody. A very small group of
the Kings have traded for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, of agents. Yeah, there we go. Of agents that are coaching agents. So there's not this big. There's a bunch of agents for players, but when it comes to coaches, there's probably only like 4 or 5 that really handle most of the coaches in the league, and they all have ties to each other. So. Like Warren Legary is Dave Yeager's agent, but also George Karl's agent, also Alvin Gentry's agent. Like you can go down the list, and Spencer Breaker is a guy who's had he took over for the most part a business from another agent, and that agency had Paul Westphal and Keith Smart and like whatever other coach the Kings have had was with I think Wasserman is who Luke was under, but he's one of the rare ones that have sort of someone that's not typically in the coaching pool, and it was because he was a player.
Mm. Hey, James, so I was listening to the Kings Beat with you and Brendan Nunez. Good stuff. You mentioned something that you mentioned a few things that piqued my interest, but one specifically, talking about the guys that are going to be here moving forward, and Harrison Barnes, and you mentioned that maybe the Kings approach him for an extension this offseason, correct? You said this offseason? Yeah, and that was interesting because I feel like we've gone back and forth with Harrison a couple different times earlier in the season. Obviously, we all wanted to sign him to a long-term deal then. Then in the middle of the season, it's like, it looks like he's going to be on the trading block. But just like De'Aaron Fox seems to have been unlocked by Sabonis, it feels like Harrison Barnes might have been as well. And I think I'm back in the camp of you want to have a guy like Harrison Barnes here. It does not, in my opinion, it does not hurt you to have Harrison Barnes as your third, possibly fourth best player. Like, I think that's his destiny in this league. And if you can, show him that, hey, we're dedicated to winning and lock him up this offseason, I would be all for that. How realistic do you think that is for Barnes' side and the Kings side?
I haven't talked to Barnes about it. He's under contract this coming season for $18 million. And for me, if Harrison's a guy who's comfortable with where he's at, I know like his wife's family is from the Bay Area, so they want to be nearby. There could come a point where Harrison is a guy that goes around and chases rings and does stuff like that because he is a very, very high level, competent player. That's going to have no problem finding jobs in the NBA. But when it comes to like the Kings, he means so much to them, just not just on the court, but off court, in the locker room, all of these things. And if you reset the roster in a way that he still makes sense, then, I think either you're going to do one of two things. Either you're going to shop him really, really hard on draft day and leading up to free agency, and you're going to try to massively improve that position, or you're going to go a completely different route, and you should at least consider locking him up, because I think he's a player that is going to make life easier for Sabonis and Fox. And the fact that he can play the 3, the fact that he can play the 4, he can start at either position without any problem. It's like all of the things that Harrison Barnes does, he's a really good player, and I think he's underappreciated in Sacramento. Because there are times where does he disappear? Sure. Does he have a couple of games a year where it's just like, oh man, what happened? Every player has those games. Every player. So I'm not going to call Harrison Barnes out for having bad games, because for the most part, for about 65 to 70 games a year, he's really, really good. Mm-hmm. And the Kings don't have another player really that's like him, that's a veteran, that's 29 going on 30, who takes care of his body in the way that he does, that shows other players how to take care of their body. And if you're looking at a deal that takes him 30, 31, he's already under contract for next year when he's 30, but really 31, 32, 33, you're still getting high level Harrison Barnes that entire time just because he does take care of himself. So while there's a lot of mileage on that guy, not making the playoffs for the last 5 years actually is probably saved a lot of his body for him playing longer, for him extending this thing out and not having major injuries. He's a guy who absolutely does all of the little things off the court, on the court, in the locker room that you really would like to see him stick around if you can. I think he can be a building block still. And the last thing if you lose Harrison Barnes and you replace him with a player that's kind of like him, but maybe is a little younger, well, you still need another one of those guys.
Right.
Like this team is not one player away unless that player is so incredibly good. And then there's still probably 3 really solid players away from being like a high level playoff team. So yeah, I would try to lock him up for like a 3 or 48. So like, again, he's 18. So go 17, 16, 15 and have his salary go down. Maybe that's a little high, but at the same time, I mean, the dude plays 35 minutes tonight and gives you like plus 15 PER. He's a 15, 16, 17 PER guy, hits a 3, gets to the rim, plays defense, does everything you need him to do.
Yeah. Vivek out here light years playing chess over your head. Let's think now to preserve Harrison for the next contract.
There it is.
Light years over your head.
Yeah, he's out here playing chess.
3-dimensional.
Indeed. This is basketball 2.0 right here. Davion, perhaps we're at 3.0 by this point. Davion Mitchell returned practiced last night and today. How did he look? And I guess how's he feeling?
He didn't talk to the media, but he was on the near court right next to us. He looks fine. And I'm not sure how he injured his hand, but I kind of got from talking to people around the Kings that he, when he took one of the charges or one of the calls that weren't called a charge, but it should have been a charge, he fell back on his hand, back behind him, almost like a snowboard injury. And he just, had some sort of bruise on his hand that made it really uncomfortable to catch the ball and dribble and do all the things you need to do as a guard. I think he's going to be totally fine to play on Thursday. I don't think we're going to see him miss many more games. He's a tough guy, and I think he's a guy that we're kind of watching to see where he can build in the last half of this season, the last quarter of this season. And
that's, yeah, how does he get factored into all of this? Like Kenny and I were trying to figure out kind of that 2-guard spot moving forward, and it's like, it's almost a blessing. Like we'd love to see Terrence Davis here, but I don't know what to do with Davion Mitchell right now and Dante DiVincenzo. But you throw Terrence Davis into that mix, it starts to get like, what's happening there at that position, and what's happening with Davion, who has that Tyrese Halliburton sample size where he's really showing out with De'Aaron Fox out of the lineup, and now, oh hey kid, got a different role here for you for the final 22.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to see is Davion play close to 28 minutes tonight, and I think we're going to see Dante DiVincenzo play 28 plus, and we're going to see Fox play a ton, probably 35, 36 minutes tonight. And you're going to start having to do math here and dividing and subtracting, and but
we don't do math here on this show.
Yeah, I get you. I think that's going to kind of be if you throw Terrence Davis in, that's kind of going to be your 4-guard set for next season, I believe. I mean, it's possible, I know Justin Holiday's around at $6.5 million for next season. But, if you can't see how Terrence Davis would just do damage with Sabonis, you're crazy. The way that he, attacks the rim, but if he can attack the rim as a back cutter and his ability to shoot the 3, I think he will absolutely be dangerous in this offense. And the same thing DiVincenzo. I want to see more and more and more DiVincenzo. I want to see DiVincenzo as a starter. I think you can mix Davion in for some games as a starter, but I really want to see if Fox and DiVincenzo can be a starting backcourt. I think it's good that DiVincenzo, Mitchell, and Fox can all handle primary ball handling duties. They can all be the point. And that's one thing that I've seen from DiVincenzo. He can play the point. I want to see them go back and do a bunch of 3-guard sets, because 3-guard sets with a passing big man looks a lot different than 3-guard sets with like your classic rim runner like Rashawn Holmes. So I want to see DiVincenzo with the other two. I want to see Justin Holiday with those guys as well. I want to see like some, even some Jeremy Lamb, like mix these things up, because even I think Jeremy Lamb, if you use him the right way, you can kind of look at him as the placeholder for Terrence Davis. And like, this is the stuff that we could use Terrence Davis for next season. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't mind like the guards that they have right now. I think that they do have some skill. They've got like really different styles of guards, which I know they did early in the season too, but it was kind of a mess.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Dante DiVincenzo, much like you, that's somebody that I want to see get a lot of opportunity during the season. And like you mentioned, start next to Fox, because I think he possibly could be your starting 2-guard moving forward. One of the things with DiVincenzo, and we talked about this earlier, is I don't want to say he has to be back, but barring some just an epic failure of 20-something games and making sure the price is right, Monty probably got him thinking he's going to at least bring him back for another deal. Don't you think?
DiVincenzo?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've been chasing DiVincenzo for a couple of years. They really like him, and they think that he can be a really, really good top like 6, 7 of the rotation guy, whether he's a starter or whether he's coming off the bench. I don't think we know quite yet. But I mean, this is a guy who started on a team that went on to win the championship. So, he had the injury, but I mean, he would have been a starter like going down the stretch. And he's a guy with a ring. He's a guy who's played on really good teams. He's a guy who's played next to an MVP caliber player and understands how to play off that player. And, again, those are valuable pieces that if you're not really inundated with basketball, you don't understand that players who understand their role and play to their strengths, those are really, really valuable players, especially if you can get a 24, 25-year-old who all of a sudden gets it, that they're not going to be the next, whatever you think you can be as a player, that they
Kobe Bryant comes to mind.
Yeah.
Not that there was ever a player on this team who thought he was Kobe Bryant, but never mind. Go ahead.
No, but you're right. Like the fact that Buddy Hield still like
I didn't say that.
I'm just saying, like the fact that 6 years in, 7 years in, he still thought that that's who he could be, and that someone else was holding him back. That's a classic bad team mentality. It is. I've watched it. We've talked about this a bunch of times. Like, how many times did Jason Thompson say, "Man, I can't wait till I get 12 shots a game"? It's like, bro, you ain't getting 12 shots a game in Turkey,
Ain't happening.
or you might get 12 shots a game in China, but but that's a problem that you, especially when you're a team that doesn't have a superstar or star level player. The other guys never quite figure out what their role is, and that leads to problems. It leads to guys doing too much. It leads to guys doing too little. It leads to guys who have overinflated sense of worth. It leads to you overpaying somebody that doesn't deserve the money that they get. It really does. Like, that's how bad franchises stay bad, unfortunately, and it's really, really hard to break that cycle.
You mentioned this on the Kings Beat podcast. This is the most important offseason the Kings have had in a really, really long time.
Oh, yeah.
And it all centers around Domantas Sabonis. That's not a question. That was just a statement.
Yeah. No, yes, it does. No,
James, talk about the importance of Domantas Sabonis to the Sacramento Kings.
Like, the next season means everything. So, like, if you don't get that, like, Monty McNair, like, I guarantee you understands the importance of this offseason.
He ain't sitting on his hands this offseason.
No, because if you don't have a really good season next year, and if you're not building towards something, then you got one season left as Sabonis, and you're figuring out where you're going to trade him. Because if you cannot get him to sign a massive extension in the summer of 2023, then you're in trouble. You lost a really, really good young player for 1 or 2 year rental of Sabonis. So, like, this offseason, very specifically, and I see players saying draft Jabari Smith and all this stuff. Man, if you're in the top 4, maybe if you're number 1, then you're going to look at the draft differently. But if you're in the top 6, like, that's a really, really good trade asset.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to think of it that way, because that might be able to get you a player that's close to Sabonis level, or a player that's above where you're looking at a guy like, Harrison. Like, you're going to get a better player than Harrison with the number 4 pick, if you put that out there to shop. And I still think you have Rashawn Holmes that you can go and shop for something else. Like, you got to fill out this roster with not just pieces, the right pieces, and much better players than what you have right now. And I think that that's what we're going to start seeing. We're going to start seeing this team, like what we talked about, the Chicago Bulls, where they went out and got who did they get? Vucevic.
Big boots.
Yeah. So if you go get Vucevic, now it's like, oh, that was step 1. Now let me do step 2, step 3 in this coming off season. Let's build for something. Even if you just get step 1 done during this off season, but then you're ready to make another move during the season, I think that's that's how you build a winner, and you build a sustainable winner. And the key is that if you build a sustainable winner now, it's very possible that you get to keep Domantas Sabonis for all the way through his prime and lock him up on a 5-year deal that gets him another 6 years in Sacramento. And he even talked about it last night that he has a house in LA, and he's like, it's an hour flight. He's like, I'm here in like no time at all. And I mean, we're talking about a guy who makes $18 million a year, $19 million. Like, he's going to make a lot more money than that on his next contract. Like, that's not going to be hard for him to have a jet service waiting for him to fly him back and forth when he wants to go home. And, so I really do think that we all need to consider that, like, he does want to be in California. What you have to do is you have to make an environment where he wants to stay, and he doesn't just want to go down and play for the Clippers or the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make that, like, you got to do the right things for him right now and build the team around him.
And
Fox.
James, that's why I thought, when the question came up, I understood why it would come up, but tanking is just completely out of the question at this point. Like, if you end up losing games just because you're not good enough, that's one thing. But there's no way you're tanking, because the second the call went through to the league to bring Sabonis here from Tyrese Halliburton, the clock started on the recruiting of Domantas Sabonis for his next contract. And everything that you do has to be to prove to him, you can stay here, we can be successful, and this is where you should be long term. And that includes these final 20 some odd games, as long as this offseason and next season as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, you shouldn't, like, no franchise should go 15 years and potentially 16, most likely 16 years without a playoff spot, without going to the playoffs. Like, everything leading up to this moment is just do right. Just choose the right path. You chose a path right now. Now, if you can't see how to build this thing out, then you shouldn't be doing the job. Like, everyone should be able to see the path. Like, you need 3-and-D stretch guys. You need, again, so many shooters. You can build this thing right now. And do you have to spend, like, your first round pick? Maybe not. But you certainly can't just do budget moves here. This has to be, like, the start of something big. And hopefully that's where we're at. Hopefully we're looking at something that, that makes sense, that they can start putting it together on the fly as we build up to the draft and free agency and all that.
And that's like a great look ahead for next year. Like, looking at this squad right now, like, this team still this roster still very much has flaws to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they don't have enough shooting. I mean, that's like, if DiVincenzo is a 38% shooter, then you're looking at a different team. If again, like, Justin Holiday is hitting his shots like what he did the other night, where he went 6 of 11.
Mm-hmm.
That's you're okay there, right? And you add Davion Mitchell in, and all of a sudden you do have, at least 4 or 5 shooters. Terrence Davis gives you another shooter, but, like, you need a stretch 4 that can really space the floor and open things up. and really like create all kinds of like both passing lanes and running lanes for Fox and Sabonis. There's very specific things you need here. And again, you could even follow the mode that we've seen, the model that you're going to see from Denver. Unfortunately for Denver, they're missing two of their major pieces and Jamal Murray and Michael Porter. But like it doesn't always have to be the big gigantic players that you're looking at. It can be something as simple as finding the next Zeke and Najee. Like it's something like that where he's a guy that goes later in the draft, but one of the only stretch fours in his draft, and a guy that can block shots and can rebound a little bit, but can really space the floor and hit a three. The Kings need that player. They need multiple of that player, and so I really do think that they can build something special here, but they got to do it right. They can't miss, and I think we all feel that, right?
I'm gonna hit you with a Kenny Caraway line. You know what we're missing? We're missing Rashawn Holmes. That's what we're missing.
Cam Reddish.
We're missing Rashawn Holmes. Yeah,
Cam
oh my
Reddish.
gosh.
Gotta give me some Cam Reddish.
The day Cam Reddish is the Sacramento King will be the greatest day of Kenny Caraway.
Oh, he's coming on the show. I'm talking.
Oh my god!
I'm being there.
We're live from the airport. It's Kenny Caraway live from the airport. First interview with Cam Reddish.
Well, thanks for dealing with me. I have allergies, and I did not take my allergy meds this morning, and I'm just just draining.
Oh no, I heard it. I was like, Ham is fighting something. I didn't know if he had a cold or what it was, but
it's just allergies. Everything's in bloom up here, even though it's like 30 degrees and snowing.
Dude, I've never seen a warning before that said it says hard freezing warning. The hell does that mean?
That means that all of your plants will die. If you leave any of your plants out, all of your plants will die. So, I don't have my garden going right now, but it would have killed everything. Like, I woke up this morning, it was 26 degrees up here. I'm like, when has it ever been 26? I drove through Auburn yesterday, and the Ridge golf course was covered in snow, like in the afternoon. I'm like, where in the world? And it didn't snow at my house, but it snowed at a lower elevation. I'm like, what in the world? Where did this snow come from? Just crazy. Yeah, cover your plants.
Stay warm, people. Stay warm. And we will be back with Kings basketball tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe we'll actually get to this Trey Lance conversation that we've been putting off for like 4 days now.
We're not getting that until training camp.
Or Kenny and I will just sit and talk about ourselves for another hour. Who knows? You got to tune in to find out. We appreciate you for being with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
That is a wrap, as Jesse says.
Yeah, sorry. I've just like.
Oh, you're fine.
Draining, like seriously.
For those of you wondering, North Carolina A&T is up 39-23 on Charleston Southern women's basketball.
No one was wondering.
Huh. Yeah, the Trey Lance stuff is weird, isn't it? Like,
yes, it's very weird.
All of this is weird. All of a sudden, Jimmy G might be back, and Tom Brady could become a San Francisco 49er. Like, all of this weird stuff. Like, what in the world is that? Like,
all of a sudden, without playing a football game, Trey Lance can't play a football game. Like, wait, what? This is weird.
Yeah, I don't.
We saw him play a football game.
Yeah, a couple of them, as a matter of fact.
Just fine.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed what I saw from him. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't overthrow every ball down the middle. Like. He doesn't lead his receivers into near-death experiences. So that's yeah.
The interesting thing, I would never listen to anybody who says Jimmy might come back, because it's not about the quarterback position; it's also about the money, and they have people that have to sign. So there's no way Jimmy comes back financially, and they do the things they want to do. So.
No, I mean, not if you're going to lock up Bosa and Debo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the key, right? And even the Christian McCaffrey stuff, it's like, man, that dude's broken down. Like, what? Like, I don't even think I'd bring Mostert back. He can't stay healthy at all.
I would, for a right price.
Yeah, right price has to be really, really, really low.
Yeah, he's not really in a position to leverage right now.
No,
he's trying to get a contract. So
he's fast, he's dynamic. I like him, but I also like the guys that filled in for him.
But that's just interesting, though, that the Schefters. I mean, and I think really Schefter's just doing maybe John Lynch's work or something like that to keep the asking price up or whatever. But the Boogers, the Ryan Clarks are like, no, Joe Montana. They can't afford to keep Jimmy Garoppolo like that. Before you talk about football, they don't even have the money to keep Jimmy and still be a good team. So no, he's gone.
Not at 25 mil. And I mean, he's going to go get that wherever he goes. Like, I mean, can you get a first round pick from him? Like what we're hearing, the Washington pick? Like that would be stunning.
I feel like you could.
I
feel like you could.
That is kind of stunning. That I didn't think you could, but I'm starting to believe that you can.
Well, he's one of the, if you're looking at all the quarterbacks that are going to be available, clearly Aaron Rodgers is a cream of the crop, but he's like a 1 or 2 year rental thing that you're.
But he ain't going to be available. His punk ass is playing for the Packers.
I don't know.
This whole thing is a charade again.
Yeah. I think it's very possible he just quits and walks away.
I hope so.
Yeah. I just think that, Brady stole his thunder starting it. So
Rich brings up a good point. The man gave a farewell speech. Like
and I'm back. Yeah.
I told you guys I loved you so much. I
didn't
want to.
Isn't it like Michael Scott even hired his own replacement when he thought he was getting the corporate job? He
gave it to Dwight.
He came back and Dwight
painted the office black.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff. Outside of that, man, look, the spirit of the team, like being around them the last 2 days, they're loose. They're not like playoffs. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is like, we're going to try to build something here. We're going to try to build some chemistry. We're going to try to work through this and figure it all out. And then the other thing, the Mo Harkless, I don't know if he'll come out with it that way on Thursday night, but man, the Mo Harkless fro is hot. Like it is awesome. It's a good looking fro. So we didn't talk about the
fro rankings.
Yeah, the Adam Silver kicking, trying to kick the media out of the locker room stuff.
Yeah, I meant to ask. We'll talk about that on Friday because I wanted to talk about that. I heard you guys' discussion.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. Like I don't know. Maybe he's just saying that right now to appease people, but that's just fully not getting it at all. Like
I'll make a note so we don't forget.
Yeah, the vibe you get from being in a locker room and seeing the interactions and like it's just totally different. And a lot of times, like I know there are like some players call them gawkers, people who just come in and stand around and then they don't ask anything, they don't do anything. They don't have conversations, whether it's off the record or on the record. You're literally looking at them like, what are you doing here? There are certainly those people, but that's where a media relations staff needs to like step up and say, hey, look, if you're not going to ask a question or anything, like go ahead and scooch. You got like 5 minutes. Okay, your 5 minutes are up. Like go ahead and get out of here. But a lot of times you're waiting for a player that might come in late and stuff like that. So I mean, there are reasons why you wait around in the locker room, but like even in like pregame, I don't bring my microphone out in pregame for the most part, unless I have a specific question I have for a specific player because I'm writing a piece on something, and I need just that. I typically leave my mic out and I have conversations around the room, like whoever's available, whoever's there. Like we'll sit there, we'll joke around, we'll like whether it's Kosta Koufis or Harry Giles or, name that king, like you have these conversations and you just get a much better feel. And like you build relationships. It's about building relationships so you get better answers and stuff like that. To try to take everything away, like where all we get is these Zoom meetings where all of it's shared content, it's just trash. Like people are like, hey, how come you're not writing features on players? It's like, why would I write a feature on a player when all of you have already seen those quotes from like 17 different places already and probably 500 places because it gets aggregated? Like, why would I, like, there's no way to write a feature right now.
I don't even know these guys. Nah, that's a bad job by them. From our guy, Sean Cunningham. Well, it's been reported that DeMarcus Cousins will sign with Denver for the rest of the season. His 10-day deal is expired, and I'm told he will not be with the Nuggets for the remainder of their trip. Therefore, the former Kings All-Star will not play in Sacramento on Thursday.
Remainder of their trip? When did their trip start? What are you talking?
They play the Kings again on Saturday, so their trip is here and back.
Oh, come on. Marcus didn't want the emotional.
Too much for DeMarcus.
Too much. Too much.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to the DeMarcus return.
Yeah. Yeah.
That sucks.
Interesting. Yep.
No boogie.
Or, I don't know, I'm going to tweet DeMarcus hates HBCUs, and that's why he's not coming. Won't come to HBCU night.
It's HBCUs.
Let's just fly DeMarcus in and have Scott call his name out.
There we go.
Guy, Ben Stenar, supposed to be an NBA writer. Like you already mentioned it, Damien, but I didn't know the Kings had such a great fan base.
Yeah.
They deserve it. What?
Is he the guy that like said that they should just move the team?
Yeah.
And then the fans went after him?
Destroyed him.
They jumped him. They just knocked him up.
Yeah, he's not like, I think the rabbit has eyes in it at the airport, and if they see that guy get off at a plane, like it'll sound like a beacon. Like he's here, and then it's like, oh man, can't find that dude out in the rice.
We'll send Jill Adge to pick him up.
The rice fields will find him out in the middle of the right field. Like, oh no, what happened to that guy? Well, you don't talk trash about Sacramento and then think you're gonna fly in. Yeah, sweet.
Twitter caught him. Well, go get some rest, man. Let that stuff drain out your nose, buddy.
Awesome. All right, guys. We'll see you on Friday.
Take care. You bet.
Tomorrow.
Thanks, James. We've talked about ourselves enough. We love you guys. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you have fun today. Hit the thumbs up before you go, subscribe button, all that good stuff. Can y'all RP, Leezy, can y'all just get along? We family. Y'all been bickering at each other for like 15 minutes. Like, y'all need to just calm down. Like, it's all love, baby. Okay, bye.
Holla.